is a celebration in order, I feel like, for someone here. So, happy birthday if it's a birthday, if you celebrate the return of the sun. The return because it's gone the rest of the year. Or whatever celebration. Oh, I feel suddenly nervous. This is an interesting feeling. I feel like that goes with that energy of like maybe not feeling fully able to receive. Like there's something for you, but you're like, I don't know if I can, like, really, can I? Or like, like a stop it. Okay, let us show you the pile selection with just crystals, and then I'll get cards for each too. Put that away for now. Okay, so pile number 1 is this that I do not know the name of. Oh, look at that little fluff ball. Pile 2 is clear quartz. Pile 3 is, I think this is moss agate. I don't know though. But I love him. Pile 4 is, I think someone told me this in the comments. I think maybe it was like rhodochrosite. But I feel like I felt like a resistance to it. I don't know, but pink heart. Cute pink heart. I kind of heard that more like Q the pink heart. And pile number 4 is green aventurine. Terrain. I felt like food with that. I feel like there's a food name that is like fish terrain or something. I don't know, it just reminds me of something my mum used to get. Okay. Cards. I feel like there could be like animals involved. I guess I could use my animal deck. But I wanted these cards because I wanted to maybe channel some specific beings, and these have lots of creature types. I guess animals, I could channel animals too, but I don't know. I'm using this deck. There could be a message of like not listening to your surroundings, even if they're really happy, or even if they make you happy. It's like I'm imagining loads of animals right now. That's what would make me happy. Or that is what's making me happy. But I'm like adamant about using this deck. This is the deck I saw before. This is like the reason why I wanted to do this reading. Or the like particular excitement for it. But it's kind of gone now. And I want to do animals now. No, I want these. I am sticking. I'm not. They're not coming. Disappointed. It's meant to be. I'm not actually disappointed though. I'm more excited because I want the animals right now. So there could be a strong message for those of you here of following what you want to do as opposed to what you had previously planned to do. A surprising turn of events that is better than you felt before. It's not even better, because I was really excited before, but it does feel more heartfelt. That's what I'll say. Okay, so pile 1's card. Animal to channel. Oh, I thought that rhymed, but it didn't. It kind of slightly did. Animal channel. Whale shark. Is that in the view? It is. But see, they're gonna all be squonky. Hey, what if we do it like 1, 3, and 5 get an animal card, and 2 and 4 get the other card? A bit of both. Okay, so this is pile 3's. I kind of feel like there's too much mystery, which fits with the links, which is pile 3's. It's not that it doesn't want to be seen, there's just something unseen about this. Okay, and pile 5. Ooh. We have 2 cards, and also chicken wanted to be known, but I won't take it. So grasshopper and raven. Hey, green grasshopper, not a purple one. So pile 5 could have something surrounding heart over head, because I said green, not purple, and that made me think of heart, as opposed to the crown chakra of purple. Also, more like 5 is listening to yourself, as opposed to like a higher sort of guidance, a quote-unquote higher guidance. So pile 2. Okay, I like this. We're getting we're getting both of the things I would wanted. New guide. Interesting. That will be fun. And pile 4. I'm like trying to like coax out fairies or coax out a sort of being that I really want to channel for pile 4, which feels relevant to the message. I'll allow anything to come through. It's interesting. It's like I didn't even want to be doing that. I didn't want to be choosing. I wanted to leave it open, but I don't know. There's like an energy of like manipulation in a way that you don't want to be manipulating in pile 4 or surrounding pile 4. Whee. Past. That's not something I can channel. Maybe it is like a channel past version of something, past version of you. Okay, I like the way it's set up. Yew tree at the back. How does it look? It looks interesting. Let me maybe do that. Okay, cool. See you at your piles. I have so much room on my table. It makes me not feel something. Makes me feel like I'm doing something wrong. Oh yeah, I'd forgotten pile 5 had 2 already. Quick forgetting. That sounds like what someone's saying, like, quit forgetting. Pile 1. Woon. Pile 1 has won. What have you won? Welcome in, pile 1. What have you won? I'm starting in a feeling of, like, preemptive starting. I just felt a sudden energy of, like, the morning. Like, you've just woken up, or it's like some of you are watching this before the sun has risen, or, like, it's rising. And that could be significant for all of you anyway. Like, there's a feeling here of the sun is rising. Or it's, like, dawn. Around dawn. I'm going to start with a rune for you. Or a few runes. We'll see. We have 3. Ingus, Manas. But Manas was upside down, which makes me think, like, there could be people involved or others that, or a collective that is not being seen, or like, yeah, this feels like the unseen, the part before the sun rises. This could have to do with not seeing yourself. I think it's more like there could be a part of yourself that is still in the beginning stages. I feel like it's actually not, because I've been drawn to what I said in the collective of, and Urus, in the collective of, like, the sun doesn't disappear for all of the year and just come back on one day. I think for you there's an essence of, like, make every day your birthday. Not neglecting the self. Yeah, full stop. Not neglecting the self. There's like a really open energy that's here. I think that you're coming to understand more of who you are in more like tangible ways. Or more, like, with more viscosity. I think you're standing your ground in some way. I feel like this feeling of, like, I should be able to do more now. I feel like you might have certain expectations on yourself that aren't really lining up with the way that's natural for you, or with what you could be doing. It's kind of a feeling of, like, you're trying to learn to ride the bike like straight up as opposed to with stabilizers first. It's like, why aren't you using the stabilizers? I want to drink water with your pile already too. Maybe you want to drink some water, but that just feels like nourishment. Or maybe having things that you want to say that you forever that aren't fitting or some. Okay, I don't understand this energy. The interesting thing is that it feels very light. It feels wonderful. And yet I feel like you might have a little bit of like a, I don't know what to do with this, or I don't know the way that I most naturally fit with this or with life. It's a feeling of like everything is per usual, present, and yet there's also a feeling of maybe discomfort, or I'm not really feeling like my fullest self. Okay, back of the deck is Willow. Let's put these up. Okay, I'm going to channel some sounds, and then I'm going to maybe intentionally channel the whale shark. You may be feeling like you've been cut off from a certain part of yourself. This could also be another, but I'm going to keep saying it like it's yourself. It's a feeling of nothing is actually wrong, but you're just aware of a missing piece. I'm feeling like you're trying too hard in some respect. It's like I keep wanting to do your reading in a certain way as opposed to just flowing with what's coming up. Or I kind of feel out of it, like I can't find the flow. It's like I'm unexpectedly not feeling like I'm able. I feel like you might have a feeling of insecurity surrounding like abilities, your skill with something. Let's get a deck from over here, a card from over here. Oh, and this one actually. I feel like you're on your way to finding your niche, or you already have found what you love and like kind of your way of doing things, but you haven't fully settled into it. Which is interesting because I'm actually not picking that up. I think it's really just your own mindset that isn't allowing you to see the fullness of your present, of where you currently are. Maybe you're trying to like measure yourself with either like others or another part of yourself, like the you from another time. There's something about your personal skill level, I feel, that is like it's more apparent, or it's more grounded, or it's very effective, that you might not be fully seeing. I just keep feeling like I'm reading this in a negative sense, even though what I'm feeling in energy is so clean. I also didn't want to use color cards for you. It's like I felt drawn to a couple of my color decks, but I was like, no, that does not fit. It's like a cleanliness. You have such a clean aura, such like a like unfiltered, or it's a feeling of like you don't need to filter any of yourself because you're very authentic, or there's an acknowledgement that wants to come through of you already being like the self that you're trying to reach, or you already having the skill set. I feel like it's to do with skills. You already having, but not like fully. It's more about your own perspective of yourself, your own perception of self. I think I didn't finish the sentence, but I can't remember it anymore. Okay, so we have Haro. Yeah, I feel like you're a little bit like under the radar, but it's not actually that you're under the radar, it's just, I think the particular role you play isn't supposed to be as... I kind of want to say flashy, but I don't want to say that because it could be really flashy. It's more of a feeling of your presence being very lent on, but I think it's like not everyone who is supported by you, or not everything that gets affected by you, understands the effect that you have on them. And so there's a call here not to seek validation from others, not because it's not okay to seek validation from others, but simply because I don't think others have the perspective on you that is true. I don't think they understand, or I don't think looking outside of yourself too much would really help with this. I think it's more feeling into like a sense of grounding that you bring, a sense of being yourself that is very apparent. I think it's almost like you're so apparent that people can easily dismiss you or dismiss what that apparentness really is. It's a kind of let's say it again. It's a kind of giving me a feeling of like, it's easier to see someone who has like a missing arm or like a hole in the middle of their chest, because it's like it stands out, like there's more that passes through with the scenery behind them, and there's like an, oh, that's a something, like I see this part of you. But for you it's more of a feeling of wholeness. I think you're very steady, and so there's like a strong appreciation from your surroundings for your own steadiness. But I don't think that that's like always like a point finger, like, oh, that's like a something, because it's something that's just so whole, so present feeling. I hope that's making sense. Even whale shark does give me a bit of that. It's like it's it's like it's not like a strong energy, even though it's really like energetically shifting. It's making me think that you have a very like gentle giant energy. It's like you're not just a giant with like a strong energy. It's like you have a very like large presence, or like your presence is very effective, but it's so gentle that it's not like in your face. It's like it's not just in your face, it's in all of your body and all of the surroundings, but it's more of like a blanket feeling, like people can really lean on you. I know I said as opposed, like something where it felt like I should finish my sentence, but I think that's kind of what you are. It's like you're the groundwork. We have Cece. Haro is a father, in case that's significant. Cece is... she's called the Cece the cosmic copier. I was going to say something else then. Like my mouth wanted to say like correlator. Maybe you like put pieces together, and maybe there's like a focus on the final product that you create or that you're associated with, as opposed to your part in that. Yeah, I feel like you could even be strongly associated with a collective, or like you're part of a group, and so when maybe people think about you, they immediately think of the group you're associated with, as opposed to you as an individual. And there doesn't feel like a sense of like needing to shift your perspective around that too much, like focus more on you, or or have appreciation for the group. I don't know. There's a feeling of like perhaps you're seeking, like, or feeling like you need to have a change of perspective or something, but in actuality, like, things are flowing very easily, or it's like you're in alignment for what you wanted to present, or things. It's like a sense of stillness that isn't still. It's like very moving, but it's not like a potent one direction moving. It's like a all-encompassing, like, more grand gesture moving. Gesture? That could be significant. Okay, interesting. So CC is a cosmic copier. But this is like reflecting that other universe, which makes me think of something that like can't be copied. Okay, I think, but it kind of came out in reverse, which is making me think you might be doing something that you think can be copied. You think a lot of people can do, or that isn't somehow unique to you, but there's a strong message of really seeing your own effect, really seeing your own imprint, your own value. It's like this character loves to go around and replicate things, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's something beautiful about that. And that in and of itself is her or their individuality, their love of copying. Replicating? Because it's always from a new perspective. It's always from their interpretation or their even like placement in the universe. It's like bringing something that was from another universe to this one. There could be a sense of like availability that you bring to something that was formerly less accessible. You might help interpret things too, like help others understand something that you have understood, or that you have access to, or just help or allow others to, it's like tap into a certain part of themselves that it feels so soothing. It's like you really relax people, just your energy, just your presence as you. It feels very homely. There's something about like your natural rhythm here. Like present is very much in the here and now. Another universe even came out in reverse, which kind of makes me think this universe. But also just being in reverse could be significant. And mirroring or reflecting to others. I heard like two others, like not one, but two. I can't see the meaning in that, but that could be for some of you, / is for some of you. I just don't know which ones. Maybe you also don't see the repercussions that you create. It's like a way of living that you have where it's more the task itself that you are surrounding, and it's not really seeing the love that comes from that, or the appreciation that others have for this. I'm going to drink some water. And see if another animal card or few want to come through. I feel like you're like a space provider. You provide a certain loving energy, but I want to bring it back again to it's like your natural energy. I think you have a very parental energy. Yeah, with Harold being a father, and whale shark I often think of as being like a kind of guardian of the waters, like a motherly presence to so many, maybe like teacher energy too, but I don't really want to say teacher because it feels too loving for that. But it's just probably my like lack of associations with teachers being like a really gentle, loving, like safe space. Abba is also a character who, she's like an inn runner, like she runs like a kind, I guess I'll say restaurant, but I don't want to say that, and it also feels too homely to call it that, but it's another like space provider. There's something about the meals that she cooks too, which are really like hearty or full. There's a fullness to them. I think maybe you almost have like a neutral energy. You could resonate with being a neutralizer, like not necessarily giving energy, like you're not providing an extra energy, but you're creating I heard a border, but I couldn't see what that meant. A border, a barrier, a boundary. You're creating, it's like you're kind of creating, really? You're kind of creating? I can't like see clearly here. I think that's something you're experiencing. But I think I can feel very clearly here. You might be very clairsentient, which feels like it would so fit with this whole space holding energy. Whoa, even Willow, yeah. You're such like a grandparent or a parent. Like, this is definitely not just like you're a parent and like your love is for, or the space holding you provide is for just your one child or your few children. This is like a much larger feeling, a more collective based energy. I want to call you like a placeholder. I'm seeing a pillar also. I keep feeling like I'm getting stuck in your energy though. I wonder if that's what other people feel with you. Oh, that's so true. How does that relate? What does that mean? They get stuck in your energy. It's like not in a bad way. It's in like your energy is very, it's almost hypnotizing. Yeah. Oh, that's so cool. You have like a hypnotizing energy. I wonder what that would feel like in person. I think lots of others might question that. What would your energy feel like in person? Maybe that's not relevant for everyone, but for those of you that fits for, I felt like that could be very significant. I'm gonna get some number cards for you. I think you're very warming. There's like a certain like addictive quality to you, but it's very interesting because it's so gentle that I wouldn't expect that kind of that energy. What do I say about that? It's like you're the center without people ever realizing that you're the center. It's like they don't understand that they get hooked on you. It's like you just become a part of people's worlds, and it's like a year goes by and they realize, wait, you're just like a part of my everyday. It's like you seamlessly weave yourself into people's lives, or yeah. It's like you have a place in people's hearts and minds just so like easefully. It's like you don't have like an abrasiveness to you. Ah, that scared me. What is that? I don't know how to interpret that. I think you quite might be. You might be quite an elusive one that's difficult to fully grasp or comprehend. you might be known to many, but not understood by many. I also saw my old deck, an animal deck, but I don't have it. Which feels like people get to see you but never have you. Or only few feel like they really have you or have a true understanding of you. Maybe this is something you resist, your like wide reach or your effect on others. Because I'm thinking back to how this manners rune was like upside down. It's either, I think it is a resistance. And it doesn't have to be like consciously. It might be that you love what you do see that you have in correlation with others, but you might have like a subconscious resistance to the truth of what it really is. And I want to say it's like there's so much more love or gentleness that you bring to others that you're unaware of. So 111 and 13. I think you have a really healing nature. I want to, some of you could really resonate with that in like normal terms. You're like, yeah, I'm a healer. Like I do Reiki kind of thing. But I think for the majority of you, it's like what you do doesn't even like have to do with like a healing profession, but what you do is what you do is bring so much healing to others. They feel like, what is that like hypnotizing energy? You might be people's like sleep tapes, sleep like people fall to sleep listening to you or watching you like they like they astral project to like be viewing you before bed. We have 21 and 12. That even could be a part of like that thing of like resistance, like you don't want people watching you but they do, that kind of feeling. I feel called to say I still don't feel like they really watch you. It's like their ideas of you. Yeah, cosmic copier too. Maybe you get like a lot of copiers, like a lot of people like to try and do what you do or be you. Like on Halloween, they're you. Most of you here have to be some sort of public figure, right? Yeah, the size of the collective is not important, but it feels like you are known to many. 21 and 12, yeah, it's just mirroring again. And why does 1111, I mean not 1111, maybe 111 feel like that? Maybe maybe it wanted to be an 1111, but I don't think I have an 1111 in this deck. And interesting what I'm doing, it's like I'm wanting to try and see, but I'm like not actually taking it seriously. 1111. Okay. Yeah, I feel like there's a feeling of like wanting what one can't have. Maybe you have like a particular persona that's like about like, I don't know, like not being able to have you. I don't know. That could be, that is for someone, but I feel like that won't apply for everyone. Let's use my other deck, get some more cards here. Now I want to fill this part, but it can't be with a color card. I don't want that. I think you could also feel nostalgic for people. Whether that be like they interacted with you when they were a child, like they were aware of you as a child, and so you're like a part of their life even when they're older in that way. Or it's like you have that I think it's like to do with that like kind of hypnotic energy you have. It's like you just kind of draw people in without trying. Maybe you do try, but it's also wanting to be noted. It's effortlessness. It's like even if you do try, it's a feeling of like that trying comes naturally to you. That trying can be something that is also a strong skill of yours. What is it with this hypnotic energy? Because I know I keep saying that, but I haven't actually got at, I don't know, something surrounding that. This last card isn't coming out. That's what you feel like. Oh, maybe that's to do with the, like, obsessiveness or hypnoticness, because it's like they can never really get you. So it's like people are always trying to understand you, or always trying to, like, really figure you out, or it's like you always leave them wanting more. That's the feeling. You have a really beautiful energy. You don't feel imposing. I think that's the best part about you. Or maybe like my favorite part about you in this energy. Or maybe lots of other people's favorite parts about you. I forgot what it was already. But I think you almost might be easily forgotten. It's like you're never forgotten, but you also are. It's like your background that's like always there. I feel like people almost like lose sight of you. And there's like an, come back. So we have calf. Whale shark, calves. Yeah, the young. I feel like you have a parental energy to you, or grandparental. Yeah, even that, it's like not just parental, but like a grandness, a grandioseness. Calf ears. Ears does make me think of like people hear you, they love the sound of your voice. Yeah, I bet people really love your voice. And calf also just makes me think of like a gentle strength. Nose. The senses. Scissors could be significant. I kind of read that as scissors. Scars. Yeah, a scar. It's almost like... It's like something... You're something that, like, is a part of people, but it also... It's like, yes, it stands out, but also it just kind of melds into the skin. Like, you're a part of the landscape. Okay. The back of the deck is back. A lot of people wonder when you're going to come back. For some of you, that's like a big deal. But for others of you, it's more like a reoccurring thing that, like, they were always wondering when they'll get to see you next, kind of thing. Or what you'll be a part of next, what you'll create next. I think you have a really steady way of moving through life. Like, it's grounded. It's interesting. It's like you're giving me like a creative energy, but not really strongly. It's too like it's elongated. Like, you might work on projects for a long time, or there's something about your energy that is very like committal feeling, like you're very dependable. You follow through, or you persist. You might also be seen as someone who's been through a lot and who like continues to remain, or your energy continues. You continue to linger. There's something about your strength. I really do feel like it's kind of hard to... It's not hard to read your energy. I just think it is also hard. Okay, this is the card. Yes, this is kind of my, like, macabre energy of... like not there in the physical. It's like people tapping into the essence of you from afar. I bet you'd be a part of many people's mood boards. Or like you inspire people. People want to be like you. Yeah, I think that could have like summed up your reading way more earlier. Yes, words. Cool. People want to be like you. Or people want to be you. But I think I like the other way more. Like that feel like it fit more. Because even... I think you make people like aware of their own... No, you don't though. I was gonna say you make people aware of their own like maybe insecurities or their own like faults or like their own harshness, but I think that's not even true, because I think it's like, yes, that might be true, but it's like they're not aware that you make them aware. It just is something that maybe people naturally compare themselves to you, but without really knowing that that's what they're doing. Maybe sometimes they do, but I think the majority of this energy is like you hold a light and they feel that light, but it's not like a candle that one can see and follow. It's more like a glowing, I don't know where the candle is coming from kind of feeling. Or like a light that's so far above that it kind of shines down on everything. But it's like that's not maybe the focus, or of maybe it's saying that's not the focus of most people's lives. That could be to do with what you're a part of, that people see you in or with from in particular. Like you're not the center, but I think for most of you it's like even if you're the center of people's attention for a little bit, it's like then you go into the background and you're still that light. Like you still provide a feeling of warmth and love to people's lives continuously. I feel like you're so cherished. Yeah, like you really like nestle into people's hearts. Oh, this is an adorable energy. I don't really want to call it adorable, but I also do. It's like, I think in most cases that word wouldn't fit, but I kind of feel like you're so loving, or like you have like an energy that is just very accepting. I don't think you try to push too much. Or it's like even if you do push, it's a feeling still of like it's natural, so it doesn't actually feel like pushing. You're very yourself. I think that's what this is. And you just may have like a feeling of either not wanting to be yourself or not seeing that you already are yourself. Maybe you feel like you're less authentic than you really are. I also do think there's a sense that people see you more than you feel like you're seen. Like they see the real you, or there are more people who see and feel and understand the real you than maybe you think. Because that's that feeling again of like how I compared you to being whole, and then the others who have like holes in like their chest or no certain body parts perhaps. It's like that's more apparent. Maybe for you too, it's like you've seen others who view you, like for example in a light that isn't reflective of the true you. It's like those ones who don't see the real you might stand out more to you, as opposed to those who really do just see the real you. And it's like that's more of a wholeness too. It's like they might have more of the energy that you have of like elusivity, or it's perhaps like not possible to see a lot of those who do feel you, the true you. Or maybe I want to say for you like more of the true you. Maybe not all of you, or maybe not a very true you, but I feel like there is just a sense of like you are more understood, or you are more loved than you feel yourself to be, in like a truthful light. And just you are more yourself than I think you are. That last phrase may not, or sentence may not have fit for everyone. I just wanted to clarify. Leo, yeah. You're so beloved. Such an inspiration. I think people want to celebrate you a lot. Like, they want to celebrate your existence. I feel like you might have a humble energy of like, you don't really want to be in the spotlight, or there's something of like a, like I said before, a resistance to the love people have for you. I feel like you almost think it's not true. Or it's like they may glorify you in a way that you feel like you're not seen as like human. Like, you seem like otherworldly. Maybe you have like Neptune conjunct your ascendant, or Neptune conjunct MC, that kind of thing. Or just Neptune, Neptunian energy. Where people can kind of dream or like fantasize who you are. Like, create an ideal, an elusivity around you. I'm just gonna look up. I felt like someone opened my gate, but I don't see anyone. That's you. It's totally you opening my gate. I felt like I should say more about that because I had something to say. But no, I don't. Yeah, I feel like you shine. I just want to say again, it's like some people might not even realize that you shine. It's like people don't always realize that they are being warmed by you. Because I also think it's something where your energy doesn't leave them when, like, for the majority of cases, or for many cases, your energy doesn't leave them when they stop interacting, like, consciously with your energy or with you. So it's not like a cut-off point that it's like you enter the room and people are like, wow, yeah, maybe this is true, but I feel like energy-wise, this fits. It's like you enter the room. Oh, let me phrase it the other way. What isn't like you? Like, entering the room and people are like, yeah, and then when you leave, they're like, oh no, he's gone. Because it's like a feeling of, like, even when you leave the room, it's like it still feels like you're in the room. It's like people still kind of sense you. It's like, even if you didn't attend like an event or a party that maybe you're associated with, people feel like you did somehow, and so maybe you don't get missed a lot. Or that could be something that like distorts your understanding of yourself and the effect you have, because maybe people always feel like you're right there with them. You might be a spirit guide to so many too. So it's like your soul is literally always with them. Or often. Yeah, there's a sort of like entanglement. I feel like it's what you planned for this lifetime. You plan to be very available to people. Maybe it's important to say, if not like physically, but energetically so. I think that it's nearing the end of your reading, but I feel like I haven't said something. But I think that's just your energy again. It's like you have just a gentle acceptance that is like, again, it's like not shut on, shut off. It's just a tinglingness of you throughout everything. So I feel like, I might feel you in the other piles too. Or I just feel like there won't be like a super clear-cut closing for you. I think I've like honed in too much on that part of you. That's just an aspect of you being highlighted here. Yeah, okay, I think that's your reading. And I like that it went so gently. I feel like that's you. It's like you do things step by step. And that's, again, the same energy of like, people might not be like bombarded by you because you're like, you're always there, or your progress is steady. It's not like nothing to 100. It's just a steady relyingness. The pillar, the sense of being ever present. Okay, that's where I leave your reading, pile number 1, and stretch. Yeah, I kind of feel like you're the energy of a yawn or like a stretch in like the best way. It's like, you're a relief to so many. Yes. Okay, bye-bye, love you. I also have this deck on my lap. And I feel like I don't usually do that, or I like never do that. And it feels like a baby, like bouncing the baby on my lap. And water. This is the 3rd time I've wanted to drink water in your reading, and you had a water creature. Yeah, I do very much like your energy. I get why you have other people hypnotized. I feel like I didn't fully get at that. Maybe like that will be a synchronicity for you, the word hypnotic or hypnotizing. Hypnos. You have so much love. I could just really like lay down and and just like bathe in this energy. Pleasant. Yes, your energies are very pleasant. I'm even wondering like if that used to be a synchronicity. I was trying to say insecurity. Like perhaps you wanted to be more than you were, like quote unquote more, like your idea of more, and you're falling more into the understanding that your moreness is because of how like stretched out your energy is. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. It's like, I don't want to quite say expansive, because that feels too fiery. This feels way too watery. So watery. But like warm water. Or I don't know, it doesn't have to be warm, it's just I'd have to be a creature that isn't me. And like a whale shark that's like enjoys the cooler waters. Actually, I don't know what type of waters a whale shark would enjoy, but I presume it's colder than the water that I, at least right now, feel like being in. Your energy feels, you know what, this is a message of like, your energy feels like it's the type of water everyone individually would want. It's like that feeling I said of like you neutralize others. It's like you don't have a specific size. It's like you're a one size fits all. Like you're warm, you feel warm to those who are cold, and you feel hot to those who are very cold. I wasn't trying to say that. So maybe there's a specificness around your warmth. I was gonna say, or you feel cold to those who are too warm. Did I say the middle one? Okay, who cares? You might really like elephants. Whale shark kind of feels like an elephant, don't you think? Tiger's eye could be significant too. Pile 2 is too different to this energy. I don't want to leave. Let's bathe in this for a bit. Bye-bye if you feel like leaving. This isn't fully, like, I'm sure there's a reason why I'm doing this that is, like, for you too, or, like, that will have messages, but in unison, samely so, I'm also just purely doing this because I want to sit in this energy. You know what this is making me think of? It's making me think of, like, if I could condense you into like a snow globe, or like a crystal that I could have on my desk, I would totally get that. I bet loads of people have that, don't they? Like pictures of you. Oh, yeah, maybe, I don't know if that's your, I feel like that would be your reaction, but maybe not. I don't know, my energy to like, my response to that energy of like others having like pictures of you in their room, my response like, oh, I don't know if I like that. Maybe it's like, maybe all of you have different responses to that. I kind of feel a bit of muddledness. Or maybe you just feel a bit like, yes and no around that. See, it's like a gentleness, even the shuffling is like... If you want a yes or no, I just did a yes or no reading, it was so fun. Then get your question out, write it on a piece of paper and hand it to me through the screen. Thank you. Because I said something about, oh yeah, that you feel like a yes or no or something. It made me want to get a yes or no card for you. And let's put this deck back on my baby lap. This card feels like the back of the deck. It's like the all-encompassingness, or like the... How do I describe back of the deck energy in this moment? I think it's obvious. Like that which is at the back of the deck. That which is like always there in the background. This is like my card I often associate with viewing, like spying or like being watched. Like these look like security cameras. I've never said the word security cameras to do with them, I feel like, though. Yeah, I feel like people build entire like worlds or landscapes surrounding you. Something about fruit, maybe, too. Maybe people have like made fruit versions of you. You know, like how you could make like a hedgehog with, I don't know, like a kiwi and chopped skewers or something. Or like a swan from apple slices. I feel like people might try and make fruit versions of you. Or maybe it's just like you have a very fruitful energy to people. I don't want to describe it as fruitful. I feel like it's not fruitful. Yeah, okay. This card coming out surrounding the being watched, I think this is like maybe a frustration surrounding that. It's either frustration or attraction. Like there's a heat here. And I think I think it's talking to being bothered by this energy. You might feel like people cross your boundaries, and that is something that... how do we put that into words? What was coming to mind was like that bugs you, or like things that felt too like insignificant, or like they weren't really respecting your feelings, which just feels like that could be applicable, like people not respecting you. That's how you feel. Maybe to do with movement or traveling. Maybe traveling is difficult for you. Okay, ask your yes or no now. If you want to. Maybe that's what people have too. It's like, maybe people make demands out of you. Like, they don't really see you again as that, like, human, perhaps, or as the sort of natural creature that you are. Maybe you feel, like, ostracized in some way. Your answer is neither. It's giving a feeling of, like, it's not important, or maybe you're putting prominence to something that doesn't really need your attention. I feel like you might have a lot of emotions surrounding this, and you're being called into, I don't even want to say that, because you're being called into, I don't know, it feels too direct, or like I'm telling you what to do, and that definitely feels like something that you don't like, or that has caused pain, and there's a sense of wanting more freedom, or more, it's not necessarily the word freedom, I think it's more like just the word respect. I feel like you want to be more respected, or like treated as maybe more normal, or treated as, it's like you want to be treated kind of, it's not gentler necessarily. What is it? Let's get a sacred geometry card for you. I wonder how long it's been, because I feel very in between. I feel like you feel a bit in between. Yeah, neither. It's been 1 hour. You have like a slow energy. I don't think it's even slow. I also am starting to get annoyed at how much I've repeated. So you might get like asked the same questions over and over, or you might have conversations that are always the same, like a monotony. Oh yeah, what are you frustrated about? Divine Masculine, that feels like your presence or being seen. Okay, this feels like more of the the real reading part. Why am I... okay, there's definitely frustration here. I'm going to take this off. Let's uncomplicate things. That feels like a strong message. Uncomplicating things. Maybe you feel like other people complicate things for you. Or like your spotlightness, your being seen by many or known by many complicates things in a way you don't like. Or that causes frustration, causes hassle. So Divine Masculine, number 22. The frequency of Divine Masculine supports our strong, focused and active side, allowing it to express itself while helping us to bring our dreams and ideas into form with kindness and wisdom. It's like your presence that annoys you. I feel like you wish you could be invisible. But there's something around, like, I think the reason why you're so visible is something that you adore. So it's like you don't want to let go of like a strong part of this, but you also want to what? Romantic love. This could have to do with, I'm feeling friendships too, actually. It's like just who you're with, like your own personal life. Yeah, that feels like personal life. It could, for a lot of you, have to do with romance, your partners. Perhaps you're judged by many, or it's just even like a feeling of, it doesn't matter what they think about this or about your personal life. It's just a feeling of you wish that they didn't think about it. Like you wish it was more unseen, more your business, not theirs. Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. So romantic love, magic, prosperity. Back of the deck is remembrance. Remember. Okay, I feel like you've had particular experiences to do with your personal life that hasn't enabled you to feel I want to say okay in choosing, or okay in like being less with it in some sense. It's like you I want to get more cards for this actually. I feel like you feel like you're not handed the same leeway or like sense of forgiveness that you see other people that don't have your sort of position or your sort of vision, like visibility have. Did that word have fit at the end? Ah, spit. Maybe you wish you could have more spit. I'll read the magic and the romantic love. The frequency of romantic love supports our journey to feel whole and complete through the experience with and reflection of a conscious lover. Magic. I feel like some of you also know exactly what this is on about. You don't really need me to say more. Like that it feels obvious to you, but I'm going to keep reading it anyway. That could be important or relevant. Like you don't really... What did I say? It's like you already know. I think you already know the way you want to handle something too. I kind of made a big face at that though. Maybe you don't. I think it's not that you don't know, it's just like a feeling. I'm really hesitant in this energy. I feel like you're really hesitant because of being seen. Okay, let's keep going with the magic. The frequency of magic supports our intrinsic ability to grow and expand beyond this moment, to move towards possibilities and expressions that are as grand and profound as we can imagine. All that is required is our belief in their manifestation. I kind of blanked at reading that and only came to at the end. That feels relevant too, but I can't see it. Maybe you just know if that's for you. So prosperity, maybe you just know if that's for you too. Maybe that's significant. Like you know something is for you, but like the fact that it's so visible is painful, or you're afraid of that. Okay, I feel like this could be a longer reading because, or maybe there'll just be answers in the other piles. That's kind of interesting. I'll continue. Prosperity. The frequency of prosperity supports our feeling of well-being by allowing the inclusion of everything that makes our body, mind, heart, soul, and spirit sing. It invites us to express ourselves in joy and celebration of the abundance and riches that the universe provides. I just kind of feel like maybe you either want to celebrate something in particular that you think others won't celebrate, or you don't want others to celebrate with you. It's like there's something I'm not getting. I don't know what to say. It's like I'm getting examples of what I could say, but I don't want to. Is that just how you're feeling? It is I'm feeling like irked. Yeah, a bit pissed off, but I think it's more hurt than that. It's more of like a sadness, or it's like I'm furrowing my eyebrows and I'm feeling a bit like grr. But I think more than that, it's like, I think beneath that, like, come on feeling, there's like a feeling of having been abandoned in some sense, of feeling like you weren't supported. And I think that's the feeling to hone in on. Like, where does this all point to within yourself? You might have had particular people who, or just a collective or a collective that hadn't supported you in the past in a way that you hoped they would. Or maybe you didn't like hope or not hope, and you were just kind of blindsided by the response to something in particular. It feels like there's a lot of sadness here, or like just a pain that is hard, but I don't want to say pain because that feels a bit too like strong, and this just feels like I don't know, like cuddling or like curling up in bed and crying feeling. Oh, I'm gonna reposition. Yeah, I feel like that's the end of your reading, because it's bringing you back into your feelings, into what this is really like triggering within you. Where is this? Here's stuff. The wrong question card is popping out to me. Do you want to ask another question now? I don't think that that's what that was about, but I'm gonna do it now. So feel free to ask another question. Pause if need be. Okay. No, smiley face, and yes, smiley face. And then also kind of yes and up to you. And process your feelings, then try again at the back of the deck. I'm going to leave that up to your own interpretation. Which is interesting because, yeah, I said up to you. Because I feel like usually I'd want to read on that. But in this case, nope. Fourth time drinking water in your pile. Fifth time. Oh. Yeah, that makes me want to cry. Some of you, there could be like a particular action that could also help you process your feelings more. I just got the image of like someone eating and then suddenly bawling their eyes out. Like it's, or maybe like getting a hug from someone you love, and it's like that just makes all your defenses drop and suddenly you cry. So there could be something that you know helps you to feel at home, feel safe to process. That could be writing or singing, songs, music, television, games. I feel like some of those are more avoidant than feeling, but I don't think that's true. Maybe you have a fear of one of the things that brings you comfort and allows you to process your feelings, that you're wondering if that's just avoiding your feelings, but actually I think this is confirmation that it's putting you into a state of like comforting yourself, and it feels like it's through love, or it's allowing you to really settle into what you're experiencing more. So take that message as you will. Okay, bye-bye number... Where's your crystal gone? 1. I put it in the bag of runes. Would you like another rune then, since that happened? Go on in. Just give him a rune. Only 1 though. Bukana, new birth. I want to say with this, it doesn't have to play out the way it did in the past. For one, because you are not who you were in the past. And I think I want to root that in, ground that, like stand on that. Because I kind of said that as if there could be like, and for 2, and for 3, but it's like, no, just and for 1, you're not who you were. And so this whole situation feels like it's different, even though like maybe writing down the situation would be the same. It's so very different. Like, feel the energy of this. Feel the energy of possibility. I feel like it's more to do with you, like who you are now and how you would handle things now, or how certain things or actions or responses or opinions would affect you now, or how you deal with them this time. It feels like you might have wanted to close your heart because of a fear of like what wanting to love would do. And this is a reflection of your own capabilities, of what you can hold and what you can handle. Like an invitation, like, yes to the heart. Yes to loving. Yes to allowing yourself to be loved. Okay. Yeah, I feel like there's an invitation to go more into this. Like, this feels like it trails off into something else, whether that be another reading or whether that be like one of those examples I gave, like writing or gaming, one of like a something or a meditation, whatever. A walk. It's like maybe the reason I'm saying this is you might have like a feeling of wanting to avoid this, but you're being invited. Whether you choose that or not is not important, or like it's still your choice. It's not being pushed upon you, but the invitation here is to allow this feeling to really be settled in, like to really think about this or really feel. And I think for you it's more about feeling than thinking. Thinking might get you more into like a frustrated energy, as opposed to this energy of where that frustration really came from, and the hurt or the feeling of processing. Yeah, just everything that this brings up within you. Sinking into that. Not necessarily having that needing to be the focus, but like your whole energy, just the background, like having this be a truth that is in your consciousness. Yeah, I think that's where I'll end your reading. So bye pal number 1. I'm just wondering, like, how many people when, like, if you've got to know my videos more or my readings more, how many of you like don't believe me when I say bye? They're like, okay, but is there gonna be a secret pile? No secret pile this time. But that could have been a message for you. I wonder. But do you wonder? That's the real question. Maybe my wondering is not important. Or my dreaming. New guide. Bonk. Okay. Pow choo ha-choo. Dun dun dun. Let's use this deck. All of the decks are here today. Welcome in, pal number 2. All of the decks are here today. That's what I want to say for you. Gathering them all. A gathering? I think this has to do with gathering. Oh, right, because new guide. Because I was thinking then, whether that be like in the physical or like a spiritual gathering. I think we're gonna get information on who this new guide of yours is. Because I'm wanting to read this like a specific guide that wants to come through. The fact that I feel so like hell-bent is making me think that there's a lot of your energies that aren't to do with that, and my mind is like, no. I wonder if you're feeling like that. Like a resistance to a new guide, whether that be like a being or more like a new way of guiding yourself, like a new way of navigating. I think that's more it. Maybe a new way of navigating your heart or with another. Or maybe this new guide is another who is close to your heart or the center of your heart. I think there's something about like being the odd one out, or like a bit of like an oddball. I heard class clown. I haven't thought of that for a while, or heard that for a while. Class clown. Is this upside down? That or... Nah, it's gotta be this way. Gotta be. Yeah, some of you don't like something here. me. It's me you don't like. What just fell over? It's confirmation. It is me that you don't like. Why are you here then? You're like, she does really good readings, but she's a terrible person. Is that a part of this situation? What was that? It's like a skill but not liked. Maybe some people are like that with you. I don't know. I was kind of picking the energy more up from you, maybe though. Okay, no. This is making me think this is other people's feelings or perspectives. Like, okay, there's a lot of like judgment here, and I think that could be something that you're kind of getting wrapped up in. I think this is an empathy reading. You're picking up on other people's, or if you're not feeling them yourself, it's like you're feeling affected by other people's thoughts and feelings. I'm just wondering about this new guide energy. I feel like it's a feeling of navigating through life differently. And you may have been really fixated on something, because I'm just still in the energy of like, fuck that. I wanted this to be a new guide, like a spirit guide that I was channeling. And there's even like tiny bits of this that could could point towards that. But I'm being brought into a softer energy. So I feel like you might have like a strong opinion about this, or again, this energy is strong. I think there's a confusion here, because I think you don't know if something is yours or others, or like other people are confusing you with their thoughts and feelings. Yes, okay, now we'll get some animal cards below. I think you're in between. It's like you haven't fully found your ground or your footing. Some of you may have recently kind of tapped into a more sensitive side of yourself, and you're learning how to really cope with that. Or maybe you're in a new environment which is causing more like interaction with others, and you're grounding your ability to guide yourself in that. This could also be yourself, like you're being a guide for others who have a more rackety energy to them, the like energy of frustration stuck in your ways feeling I was talking about before. That could be someone else who is, or others, a collective even, that you're shifting the energies of, like bringing more clarity or more support to with surrounding. I think it has to do with peace. I think you bring a sense of peace, or bringing a sense of peace to this situation will allow you to see it more clearly. And I think it's like boundaries feel important here, like this is mine and this is not mine, or yeah, no, I think that's the important part of this. It feels like there could be like a mixing that's going on that you want to be aware of. It doesn't necessarily mean that you want to stop it. It could be very much a beneficial part of this. Like if you're guiding someone, you want to be knowing how they're feeling or what the situation is. So it's like you're putting yourself in the environment, but you're still remembering that you're you, or that you're not that environment. Yeah, magpie makes me think of a teacher, and also between worlds and with wisdom, with guidance. I think that you're definitely you're clearing a lot of energy. There's vulture at the back of the deck, and then below that was dragonfly, which feels like a sort of guide. And using your own clarity of mind, your own awareness and ability to see beyond simply like one perspective, to bring in clarity, to bring in movement. It's like I think the intention is to bring in peace and clarity, but what that does is create transformation, create change, clearing the old. which is then providing more of a clean and peaceful environment or space. So there's a bit of like a, first it's this, and then it's a jumble, and then it's this again. So that might be what you do too. Maybe you find yourself in your own sense of clarity, and then you interact with others in some sense, and then you come back to yourself and find your own sense of clarity again. There's a recognition here of like the cloudedness that comes with this. It's like a feeling of being bogged down, to some degree, is in the job description. There's like an intensity to this work, or to the way you navigate through life. I think this is just something really particular. If you don't resonate with the word work for this, each time I say that, just swap that out for what you feel like this is more relating to. Maybe something more personal. But it still feels like it's... I feel like the word work could apply. Because it's a feeling of like a job well done. Like you're doing... It's like you're doing something. Yeah. Like change is being created. You're creating like intentional ripple effects. Some of you it's not like fully intentional. But I feel like if it's not, then there's awareness being brought to that here. So you can have more appreciation for yourself and what you're doing. And more than that, I think this is all just to like ground your own sense of clarity, ground your own sense of self. So you know that when you feel out of sorts in this particular situation, it's not really denoting your own out of sortsness. And you're still able to act as that guide. Yeah, I think this new guide card is talking to you being a guide, but also you like finding a new way of guiding, or finding a new approach or understanding of the current or old approach. Yeah, it's like there's a newness here, but it's kind of also just the same. I think you really direct people, like you move energies, but also people's awareness of energies sometimes. Okay, interesting. It's like, regardless of like whether they're conscious of it or not, you are moving energies. That feels significant here. There's something about the depth that this goes to. People really feel like they can like feel, not necessarily know. This is going hand in hand with pile 1 in case that's significant for you. People feel, but this feels more directed in case you're from there. This is more particular. People feel like they can follow you, like you lead them. And they feel an intensity surrounding you. There could be certain others who fear you too. You have like a fierceness in your eyes, or like a no bullshit energy, because it feels like what you do is dealing with a very sensitive part of people, and I think you take that seriously, or you... What is this? It's like you operate out of your own moral code of sorts. You might have like certain prayers or rituals that you do, or if you have a setup of sorts, or like a workspace, maybe that is very intentional, or maybe you conduct yourself in an intentional way. People feel safe because they see that you know what you're doing, even if they don't like understand why you have like, I don't know, like 6 purple candles and like 1 rope. I don't know. They know that you know what they mean, and they know that there is a meaning. I think that won't apply to every single one of you, but I think it applies for most of you. You'll definitely know if it fits. This feels like something where you know yourself, or you know what you do. yeah, people have a feeling like they can really rely on you, and they don't need to like overlook. It's really like they don't need to understand how you do what you do. They just let you get on with it. They trust you. I think a lot of you really handle like things with weight, or it's like there's an importance to this. That's how it feels. You might also have a strong sense of like not being able to be distracted. I just had a sentence in my mind of like something along the lines of like my personal view of like important. I didn't really want to be saying that word for reasons, or I wanted to bring clarity to that, but I knew that it wasn't important to the reading, so I didn't say it. And that feels like what you do. It's like if something isn't fitting, it's like get out. You may be someone who, like, say you work in a team. If there are certain people who aren't pulling their weight, or who aren't being helpful in the situation, in the room, for example, then you'll kick them out. Like, you have no problem letting go of that which isn't serving you. And that doesn't have to be people. It could be, but it could also be like certain mindsets, or certain activities, that there's a sense of strictness that you have. You could have like strong Saturn placements, or maybe like Saturn is in relationship influencing the planet that this is on about. Like maybe just it's in 10th house. Yeah, there's something about your like due diligence, or your diligence. There's a feeling of like ancestry, or like I'm tapped into like a shaman feeling, and it's feeling like Native American. I don't know what to say about it, but maybe that's just a synchronicity for some of you, or confirmation. It's like musky. You have like a musky energy to you, or at least that's I'm wanting to say like that's how certain people perceive you. Okay, and with that, it's like it's not about perception here. It's about that part. That is a part of you. That muskiness. It's like a magical or mystical muskiness. Yeah, and some of you that might be really apparent, but others of you that's just like an aspect of you that this reading is highlighting. I feel like there's a message of like really allowing yourself to sink into this feeling or this role. Some of you might feel like it's a bit like pretend, like you don't actually feel that gravity of the role, quote unquote role. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. Like the degree of respect that others have for you with this might be far more than you see yourself as having, or that you might have a more light-hearted approach than people see you having. Like I mentioned lots of like intention stuff. Maybe you don't do things with intention, but it's like people think that you do, because maybe it's more of like the makeup of why you do the things you do, or just like the way you move through life, or a sort of integrity that you do have that flows throughout everything. So even if you don't kind of view your particular actions as like this means this means this, there's a sense of like you do care about what things mean, and that just is an undercurrent of your life, and so that manifests itself externally, that people see, or people just feel this, sense this from you. I keep being drawn to like two energies that you have. It's like a really light blue clean, like really like almost bitingly clean. Like some people might not like how clean of a feeling you have. And it's like a pressure washer, like it's not just I love this. Yeah, you're like a pressure washer. You're not just like a shower to like wash off the like the outside of people's skin. It's like, no, you like the pressure washer gets right down to the nitty-gritty parts. Like it you pressure washer people's souls or or their like DNA or just like a deeper part of them. So it's like that, yes, intense cleanliness, but also then that more like earthly or sandy or gritty. Like, I don't want to say dark because it feels more like brown than black. Yeah, that feeling. Sacred. That word kind of fits. I'm seeing the word pie. Pies could be significant. That so feels true. It's also making me think of like a recipe passed down. Like in the family, like a long, long, long way down the family. I don't know how to say that energy more because it feels significant, like this is in your blood, or like you have certain gifts or certain like recipes, like things that are both like tangible and non-tangible, or one or the other, that you use or that you are. I'm wanting to say that that helps you or is the reason why you're able to do what you do. Okay, I'm gonna clean this reading. So, if you feel like leaving, then farewell, my dear pile, my dearest. Oh, I'm stretching at the end of this pile too. At pile 2, like the second pile. Yes, if you feel like leaving, then bye-bye. See you in another reading if I do, or see you in another space of reality if not. And then we might get some cards or some things, if there wishes to be. Birds. Blackbird, Mosh, Harrier. Hey, look, it's I learned, for those of you who have been in previous piles where I've butchered the word this bird. I think I might hate how I've been saying it, but also love it. I've been saying it more like Guillemot, but I think it's like either in the more like English way is like Guillemot, or if it's more of the French word, I think is like Guillemot, maybe. Can you hear that? Someone, it's like a truck. I can't tell what they're saying. I can never tell what they're saying. That like particular weird truck that goes around. It's, I think I asked like 5 years ago, or like many years ago, like my dad what they were saying, and I think maybe he didn't know, and maybe he said it was like scrap metal, like they were, I don't know, collecting old appliances or something. Okay, so old appliances or things you can't hear, or scrap metal, or that kind of feels like you're collecting the untamed and taming it, or you're collecting the gunk and you're making it into profit, into prosperity, into flourishing, working. Missile thrush, or you're just getting rid of it. Melodious warbler, or possibly aventurine warbler. Wood warbler. Maybe you also help people pronounce things correctly. Like, You help people understand themselves, or it's like you're aligning people to the truth, to their truth, or their natural ways of being, or their red pole. It's like to their cleaned self. Music could be significant for you. I feel like the important part of this is the shape of the birds. The top three I'm saying are the same shape, but then the bottom one feels more fluffed up. I think this is an energy of like you care for others. Like people feel like they've had a rinse, like they've been cleaned. Okay, you can look up those birds and symbolisms of them if you want. No, I'm not getting... There is something for me to say, I just don't see it. So I'm like, get away. You can do it. You can read it. What is this? Something about like something you've known, or that something was there. Something that was there that you bring awareness to. I don't get it. There's a particular energy that's here. I can feel it. I think I have to sit back and relax more in order to get it. That could be a part of the message for you. Could be guidance for you. Maybe you have a bit of like a trying. That came up recently a lot. It's annoying me. Maybe that's a part of this too. Being annoyed by not being able to get something. Or by repeating the same thing that's not working. Okay, I'll sit back and relax. Yeah, I think that's the key here. Sitting back and relaxing is how you'll then see the message, because then I cleared my throat. I didn't realize that it needed clearing. I think you bring awareness to the areas in which people had neglected. It's like, I think this is significant, that you might not just clean like the parts that people ask you to clean. It's like you're cleaning the parts they weren't aware of. I think some people might not like your sense of like renewing. I said that with the pressure washer too, didn't I? Or another something part. It was to do with that colour blue. I think that there could be a sense of being put off by your energy, and because I'm seeing this in the red way too. Before it was like I was seeing it in the freshness of these two, like the renewing energy. I think it's also like you might poke at people's sense of like boundaries, like you really go into them and so they really feel seen. Some people who have parental issues, like they feel when you are acting like a parent, that might trigger them. There's a feeling of like your caretaking might bring up a lot of like weirded out energy with people. They might try and like shape you or put you in like a place that isn't your natural way of being. I think some people try and like get you out of the picture in some sense. Like some people may feel like you're being invasive, but that's their own fears of the truth. That's their own fears of themselves. It's not actually to do with you, or it's not actually a guidance for you to stop being you. You may be hurt by that. I'm seeing this bird like you're still yourself, but you might just kind of turn your back to it or be a bit, if it's a feeling of like being a bit sad about it. Maybe there are more emotions surrounding that you want to process, like a feeling of being rejected based off your own perception, based off what you see in others, or based off like the intense clarity that comes with just being around your energy, something like that, or through what you say or the things that you do. I think that allows you to feel more a weird message into your creativity. It's like a sensual energy that's more like self-sensual, or more it's what is that feeling? I think it will help you feel more rooted in the earth, more like you're able to really feel yourself in all that you do. Sometimes I feel like you might avoid your own self because of the rejection that you faced from your own intensity or your own perception of others, that like your own abilities or your own skill set, what you create, the change that you illuminate, or the parts of people that you illuminate. You're illuminating fresh nature. That fresh being that really light, but also that awareness of the deeper parts. Yeah, I think allowing yourself to feel into the effect you have on others will allow you to feel more accepting of yourself. And you might need to sit with it for a while longer. It might be a bit uncomfortable at first, or you might not get anything at first, because with this whole like 2.5 reading, there was that feeling of I need to sit with this, I'm not getting the messages instantly. This might be an area of life that happens for a lot, because I'm thinking about how I get that a lot with these bird cards. Like I don't always instantly get the messages from them, or it's just harder to decipher. You might find like it's you might find yourself very able to see others more clearly than you're able to see yourself, or feel yourself, or transmute energies yourself. And I'm not feeling like saying whether that's true or not, but I think that the important part is the allowance of yourself to like take your time to really sit with the part of you that does feel rejected, or does feel like it's harder for you to really embody your full self. I think grounding and connecting with your body, or connecting with your planet, might really like be a sort of missing piece, or be relieving or alleviating, or just it feels good. That's what I'll say. In your energy, like you'll really feel yourself again. Something will click into place, like yeah. I think you might have a bit of a fear of like your own, it's like a fear of yourself because of that power. Yeah, this is like a fear of your own power, because you definitely do ruffle feathers by being yourself. Because I feel like you not only have like an expansive, like wide, like a large aura, but it's also very potent. Like people really feel you. Or really feel the effects of you. It's like it does really shift themselves. It really ruffles the feathers. Like it's like you're cleaning it. So yeah, you may have tried to avoid yourself to keep the peace. And this is a call to grounding into, or to allowing yourself to be the extent of yourself, the fullness of you, really there, really affecting, just because that's your natural way of being, not because that needs to be a focus, or not even when that is the focus, but just naturally, where you naturally fall, who naturally resides in your body. I feel like that was a weird note to end on, but that's what I'm going to end on. So, bye-bye, Pile 2.5. Another stretch at the end of the reading. I wonder what that's about. Yeah, there's a confirming energy of like, I think you go further than most people. And the reason why, and me saying like, me saying you go further than most people is showing that most people don't go that far. But your energy, it's like it invites others to move forwards. It invites that going further. And so there's naturally like a resistance because they're not going that far, but you're like, your energy kind of tugs them. And it's like, it feels good because you're helping them lighten, helping them feel more like themselves, which feels good. You know that feels good. But also, I think you're also very aware of the resistances that can come up when we're faced with that which we've been clung to. Or faced with the parts that once kept us safe. Okay. And close. Rose quartz could be significant for you. Okay. I'll see you in another reading or another expression of life. I think I'm gonna go make myself some food, actually. I'm tempted to keep the video on. Let's see the time. Maybe it'll turn off the video anyway. In doing so. Can I not look above while videoing? It's the... Welcome in. Welcome. Pile number 3. I'm in a very gentle energy for you, and I wonder if some of you are feeling quite emotional, or maybe will be in a bit. That sounds kind of funny, like, I'm gonna get you to feel emotional. Oh, I wonder if that's going on, like, something is maybe poking at you, which is causing the emotion. That just makes it sound as if emotions don't come from anywhere. I wonder if you've been feeling like that, like you're not really sure why you're feeling what you're feeling, or where it's really come from. In your energy, I think I don't want to speak. I wonder if you're not wanting to speak lately, or right now. I wonder if you're not wanting to explain yourself. Lynx does make me think of solitude. Maybe you're not wanting to be around other people right now. Maybe specific others. I think you don't want anything too complicated. Because I'm looking at the back of the deck, and it's such a complicated card and character. There's like a whole crazy plot line, and I just can't wrap my head around that in this energy. It's like, how do I explain that feeling? It's like you wish you could just turn your brain off, I think. Actually, I think I want some of the other cards. Where are they? Where indeed? Oh, they're still in the bag. fly. I kind of feel like you wish you could fly away, or you wish you could be just a fly on the wall. Maybe it's more like you feel like a fly on the wall. I'm not sure. There's just a sense that this is difficult for you. Something. Or just this. Maybe that's how you're feeling, like you're feeling like this is difficult for me. And maybe you're not quite sure what this is. Okay, so the characters are Fuwashi, Clover, and Abba. That took me way too long to get to. Not really. There is an invitation to be patient with yourself, or to allow yourself to, free flow. This card, free flow with what you're feeling and the experiences that are coming up for you. Is there another one for here? Okay, do this. Some of you may have lost someone. And there's a lot of love surrounding that, or surrounding you. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. Oh, this is difficult. Okay. Where do we go from here? I wonder if that's kind of what you're feeling, like, where do I go from here? What do I do now? Or slightly, how do I do this, or how can I do this? But maybe a bit more like, how did this happen? Or something of just like a sensitivity to what's going on. Maybe sensitivity you weren't expecting, or you weren't expecting it to be this difficult. Okay, let's see about this. All the cards are like shifted up. I guess we can get more cards on the right. But first, I shall maneuver these around. I'm getting the sense that this video could be a bit of a holding space reading, as opposed to like bam 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 messages. This is more like, oh, let's be in this feeling together. Okay. Oh, that jumped out. There's something about a stroke of luck. I don't know if that was like a stroke of bad luck or a stroke of luck. Oh, I can tell some of you know that that means something, because I can feel like I felt someone crying more heavily from hearing that. Maybe it's both, good and bad luck. I'm being drawn to how Poppy is my old dog whose death was interesting because it marked like the end of something really like significant for me. Like, it was a celebration for me, and she died like on that date. So it was like my little baby dying. We could say that's a stroke of bad luck, but what it marked was definitely a stroke of good luck, and the like synchronicity of it felt so magical. This could be something of like a transformation you're undergoing, or just like an entire experience that feels very magical or divinely led. It feels like it really flows with you, or you're really flowing with it. And yet there's like a potency or heaviness that comes with that. there could be a strong sense of beginning something new, or like something of like liftoff, but it's like a really loving liftoff. So one strong message is that if this is someone you've lost, this is like a love that wants to come to you from them, and like a reflection to you of all the love that you both shared, or all of you shared, depending on how many are involved here. And if that's not relevant, there's just so much divinity that flows through this, so much divine synchronicity and feelings like feelings of everything being in its place, and it gives me a sense that you feel like everything is meant to be in a way, but it's still difficult. It's not like a resistance. I don't really feel a strong resistance from you, which I kind of want to say is interesting, or something along those lines, because I feel like maybe in the past you've experienced something similar that is of the same sort of experience that you handled differently, or maybe this experience before you were resisting, but now it feels like you've come to a state of acceptance with it. It may not be full acceptance, but I feel a strong degree of acceptance and allowance. I think that's more of the energy. Maybe not acceptance, but allowance. We have third eye chakra. Yeah, I think there's something really symbolic about this, and you really see that, you really feel that. I feel like you're sensing your reality differently, and you feel more alive, or you feel more, yeah, I think you feel more connected to yourself, or connected to like the undercurrents of life, or it's like one of your senses has been heightened. Or maybe this for you even is maybe someone is ill and you can foresee their death, like this isn't a death that has happened, or like a big change that you've undergone, but one that you're seeing that is about to happen. Back of the deck is miracle. Yeah, this all feels so divinely led. It's almost like a feeling of dreading, but it's not. I want to say it's like, I think you might be experiencing the feeling of dread without dreading. I think it's just like a premonition, or a reflection of a recent premonition, or seeing beyond. Yeah, somehow this is all you seeing more than what is often in front of your face. I feel like there's more involved in this than would usually be the case with this type of thing. Or maybe you're seeing how multi-layered everything is, or this particular subject is. You're seeing more of something, or you saw more of something. Maybe you're recognizing more of a soul experience than just the surface level, or than like the particular incarnation. You're seeing so much depth to something or someone. This is an interesting feeling I'm being put in, because I now feel like I don't know what to do. Like, I feel like that's your reading, and yet it feels like it's been like 5 minutes. And time doesn't matter. The length of connection, or I'm not sure, but I feel like that's relevant to say here, something about time. There could also be a ticking clock. A ticking clock. Wait, a ticking clock. That's the word. I'll read the. Did I read the third eye? I can't remember, but I'll read it either for the first time or the second time. Oh, 66 could be significant because we've got 33, which adds to 6, and then third eye chakra is 6. Okay, so the frequency of the third eye chakra, the indigo flower of life, supports our intuition and our inner knowing, our imagination and our psychic powers. Then miracle says the frequency of miracle supports our belief in ourselves as a part of source and therefore our belief that anything is possible. This does feel like that. It feels like something very miraculous. Like, what are the chances? I don't know how else to say this other than this just feels like divine synchronicity. This feels like you're really seeing the interconnectedness of life. You're feeling more a part of life through, like, I don't even want to say what through, because I almost feel like while there is like a thing, like there's a subject to this, I think. I feel like you're not in that so much as you are more like in the air. Like, I think you have more of like a floating feeling. You're really like experiencing your experience. You're experiencing what's going on. Yeah, I think in the air that feels most succulent. That feels most relevant here. Like the air tastes different now. Or you can feel the change. It's like you either feel the change is about to happen or it has happened and there's such a difference in the air because of it. It really feels like you've sensed death. And perhaps it was more miraculous feeling than you were expecting. I guess this could be new life also, like birth. It just feels more like death to me. Maybe that's also something that you're experiencing, like something that ordinarily you'd see as more of a new beginning is actually feeling more like death, more like otherworldly. I think there's like a lot of change feeling here, and it feels good, but also what? Let's grab an animal card for that. Woo! Lemur. Connecting, yeah. There's so much about the other world here. The other world. So much about connectivity. I think this has to do with others for sure. I feel like you're looking at others that of the same kind that you have. I know, I'm just wanting to say you're looking at others differently from this. Like your community or your close relationships or your relationships in general, they feel different now. Maybe for some of you that's obvious, but for others of you it's more of a subtle shift. Like just the look in your eyes, or when you look in someone else's eyes, what you're seeing is so different now. We also have porcupine. Porcupine makes me think of like a caring, nurturing sensitivity that what came to mind was it's prickly for good reason. But it's interesting because maybe other people are seeing you as more defensive, or maybe you feel more on edge, but I feel like that's not the focus, or I feel weird saying that. Like, back of the deck is hedgehogs. Yeah, there's something about your apprehension here. And I'm mainly just wanting to clarify that for you, like mirror that to you, that you're feeling apprehensive. It's not really a so this. It's just recognizing that you are feeling apprehensive because of what you've been through, or because of what this experience is bringing out in you, or just maybe where you are in life. Maybe some of you are wanting to like say no to more things, or be more in solitude, or like there's just like a sense of you acting differently now. Because of the third eye, I feel like I haven't honed in on the third eye chakra enough of this, because Lima makes me think of seeing in spirit too, and seeing the dead, or seeing something along the lines of like seeing where the dead go, but not actually the dead there. It just again makes me think of like the air. But it's like how you maneuver through life too. It's like you're seeing so much more. It's like your eyesight, your vision is different now. There's something that I'm not like honing in enough on, but I'm not sure what it is. Maybe that's what you're experiencing too. A sense of like recognizing that there is more that you don't know. We have Zeta, Vega. There's such like there's such a vibe to this. And what else? There we go. Oh, and the back of the deck feels significant. Lemuria and Mintaka. Minmuria. I feel like you're so sensitive. You have so much like care for all that went on, or for something in this situation. So much love here. Let's prop that up like that. Yeah, even that feels like a ooh, what are they called? Not a memorial. Lemurial. Maybe a muriel. Maybe that is significant. I'll just leave that like that. I can't think of what they're called, but rituals are coming to mind. Like you put the it's like a stand, a little stand that you can make, and you can put stuff there, and sometimes you put candles there and light the flame. Ceremonies could be significant here. I feel like some of you might not be aware of how accepting of this you've been, because maybe you don't recognize how much others would resist this, and that has nothing to do with like your level of care, and it's your ability to surrender, or your ability to trust, or your ability to, it's like you can feel alignment, or you can feel what sits right, where things really land. That there's a like there's a strong connection to nature. I feel like you have, that wants to be highlighted. I feel like there are guides with you who just think you're doing so well, and who see all that you are experiencing. I want to like more hone it in on like the steps you've taken or the ways in which you've trusted your intuition. Before your reading too, I felt like it was necessary just to shuffle one of my small decks. It was on like a random card from the reading before, and I shuffled it, and now the back of the deck is carrot, which is also third eye. It's seeing in the dark. But it's also a root vegetable. It's a feeling like you're not like here and then you're there. You're here and there. You're allowing what you see in spirit is what I'll say, or what you feel in spirit, like the direction you're being called in, or the direction you have taken. You're allowing that to really integrate physically, or it's like a feeling of you're not just seeing, but you're acknowledging as truth, or you're really grounding that which you see, or grounding that which you feel guided towards grounding. I think you're allowing yourself to be called, or you have allowed yourself to be taken to follow. I'm kind of feeling something along the lines of like the whims of the divine, or the whims of your soul. I don't know if I want to use, if I like using the words whims, because that makes it sound like it's just like on sporadically, or like on like out of nowhere. But this feels more like it would have taken a lot of, I don't know why it's coming through this way, like consideration. A soul taking a lot of consideration. It feels very planned. That's the feeling. Like it was working out for the benefit of all. In the timing that was perfect too. Some of you may be finding like you're not seeing it all yet, or you recognize that there's still more to this. And there's a confirmation that then you will see how things unfold and how they continue to feel very natural and like they are really like in their place. There wants to be a reflection to you how you're not losing yourself through this. I think with this energy, it could be really easy to dissociate or escape. But with oak and porcupine, it really feels like you're remaining in your body, or you're really experiencing this experience. You're really allowing this to sink in. At times it may be really overwhelming. Maybe it comes in waves too, like it's so much and then you kind of just get taken aback and you take a while for that wave to then wash over, and then maybe you find more of a steady ground and then another one comes. It feels, I'm kind of seeing this Zeta card, like with the circle like a surfboard. It feels like, and that over free flow, it's like you are waving the waves, riding the waves. Something about waving too. This could have strongly to do with like a wave goodbye. Lily pads could be significant. Or what are those called? Lotuses. Yeah, I'm getting an image of someone like getting dunked dunked in like a muddied water, like a pool of mud, and then they kind of turn it into fresh water, and then they come back up, and then they maybe instead of like being dunked, it's more like you can imagine yourself as like a creature who dives in with the flow. The flow makes them dive in. But don't worry, you can breathe under this mud. And while some people might kind of really, really scratch to get out of it, I think that you're doing a wonderful job of allowing yourself to be taken through the mud and to really feel all of that part and allow that to cleanse, and then you come up, you wash it off, and then then the flow's like, right, back down you go. And you're like, ah, no. Whew. Let's see if there are any number cards that want to come out. I'm like cry laughing. Not like full tears, but I can like feel the tears of some of you. It has that feeling of like refreshing, but it's also like ah. Yeah, I feel like you're recognizing, you know how this is all like working out, or you feel the refresh that it's having. But it's also still like it still is what it is. So we have 19, so 1, 24, 6, and 3. You might feel a bit like trapped in the in-between. Like trapped in the center. Like nowhere to run. Maybe you also feel like you're processing this because you have no choice in some way. Like it's been thrust upon you. We have 41, so 5. 87, so 6. 25, so 7. And 22, so 4. I heard something else when I said so 4. Maybe like so 4th? And 102. A 100 wants to pop out, but not actually come out. Hi, and the back of the deck is 000. Wow, this is like a big refresh or a big new beginning, closing for you. I feel like your life definitely won't feel the same once all this processing has finished. I mean, I feel like it's already not feeling the same, but I feel like what comes after the full release, the full process of this, once all that mud has been doven in and can no longer be doven in, then there's such like a lightness. Do we want to tap into that? Okay, I'll ask the deck. I don't know if it will want to come through or not. Yeah. Oh, I love that. The heart. Yeah, this is a heart refresh, which is interesting because I haven't really been feeling my heart in this reading too much. It's more like my face crying that I've been feeling. Yeah, it feels like it's all coming out. Yeah, it's like it's not being stuck. You're definitely really, really clearing this. You're really in flow. Oh, there's so much love that comes from this. These are 2 heart cards. This one is my like heart offer, like more of a romantic card. You might be feeling like life is more playful again after this, or like you're moving to it's a sense of like moving love or like passion. I laughed because the way I saw this heart in the bottom right corner, let me see if you can see that. This heart, it was like a heart on fire that was like zooming around. Like, wah! That makes me want to get a character card for you. I'll get another one of these cards first. Ooh! Wow! You're really going into like a celebratory light phase of life after this. Oh, this is what this is. The back of the deck, yes, this is my in-between card. It's like coming from loads of darkness and into the light, into freshness, into a new beginning. And I like that I didn't try and, well, I did try and find a fancier word or a cooler way of expressing that, but what came through was just a simple expression, a new beginning. A new beginning. Okay, let's get a character card. I can only imagine Clara wanting to come out. But we shall see. This doesn't look like Clara. It's Roger. You're gonna have so much fun in the new life. Oh, that makes me want to cry too. It's a feeling of like intense like joy. Okay, what I'm wanting to say is like this is all happening for your benefit, or like this what you're going through feels so in alignment with your own sense of freedom, yes, but more so just like humor and joy. I feel like that word joy symbolizes this so well. That's such a weird phrasing. But there may be a sense of freedom and like openness to what life has to offer. Like, what can you try on? What can you try? What can you have after this? Like adventure and curiosity, exploration. But I don't know, I just feel like there's something so like juvenile of an energy that wants to be expressed. Like your inner child can just like blaze forwards. But there's something so prevalent about love and the heart here. It's like, yeah, your heart will feel free and light and cleansed and like ready to love. I heard the word unabashedly. I wasn't laughing at that though. I was laughing at I think it was at this heart again. I don't know, there's something so funny about that to me. That just feels like Roger too. I just had to remember this is also like a very romancy card with like a rose in the center. Yeah, it's like instead of a water lily or a lotus, it's a rose, but it's like a rose on water. That makes me think of, what is that? Something on water. It's making me think of, you know, those huge like bubbles or like what are they called? Like you can get inside them and you can like hamster balls, like you can try and walk on water. You can try and walk on water in these big bubbles, and it's very fun. I don't know what that is about, but it's like this this heart, it's being so spun around because you're rolling all around on the water. This has a feeling of like your heart had been clenched, or your heart had been like denied its own love, and through all of this you're re-experiencing your own heart, quite likely in the heart of either someone or many things or life, or I don't know, through, there's like a direction. It's like you're really feeling loved and like you can love. It feels more of a freedom, like like the joy you get is from being able to love. Not feeling repressed. There's an energy of expansion here. That feels so good to say, because there've been a few readings as of late that I've been like, it's not quite the energy of expansion. But this feels so much like, yes. I'm realizing now, maybe I even did say expansive in the last pile. But it doesn't have this feeling. This feeling is true expansion. And not even in the way that I would usually use that term. This is more like of an adventure feeling. But it does feel like that term too, in like a learning, expanding, like it's growing. It's like, I feel like you've missed the ability to grow. You've missed that feeling of newness within yourself. Like you may have been feeling very stagnant within your own body, within your own emotions. This feels a bit like those waves I was saying. I feel like I was getting like a message and then it was going silent, and then I was getting another and then silent. But there's something pleasurable about it. Rafts could be significant. I guess it's that feeling of like, this isn't just like moving to still waters, this is moving to rapids, this is moving, it's like you were all cogged up in like a pond and you didn't want to be in a pond, you wanted to be in the stream, in the flow. Okay, interesting. I was thinking like lynx is a very like observing animal, so now I'm wondering if that's more of like the past, like feeling like you were observing or like watching life go by without you kind of feeling, or like a feeling of like you can't really do anything, stuck. And now I wonder if a different animal will come out. Animal lore 2. Raccoon! Yay! Those are two of my favourite animals. Lynx and raccoon. I feel like I got like way too excited for that. That makes me think that this is like really an exciting era you're moving into. I really want to rewatch that. Raccoon, yay. I feel like that was like an ecstatic sort of like happiness. It's a feeling of like seeing someone that you've wanted to see for so long and you just adore them. And it's like, yippee! Cow and jackal. That's a thing. What is that? Like Dr. Jekyll and Hyde, or It's not Jekyll and Hyde, is it? It's like Jekyll and Hyde. That could be significant. I feel like there's something like they're like a pair. So this could have to do with like a best bud, or like a really close pair. Cow. Cow feels like Venus and romance too. Love. There's just so much open-heartedness here. I really wonder what jackal is on about. Let's get the Sacred Geometry deck. I heard a rebalancing. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. that feeling? Like, needing to like put things in their place. Okay, well, miracle definitely wants to stay. The miracle ain't going nowhere. And delight at the back of the deck now. I have to read that. The frequency of delight supports our capacity to create and experience feelings of intense joy and happiness. The more delight we feel, the more delight we invoke in others. Consciousness. Oh, that feels like Jackal. You can go over there. The frequency of consciousness supports our ability to focus our attention on the multidimensional aspects that show up so that we can include them in our reality. I have to put it by Jackal. I don't know why that's so fitting, or something about like touch. I think it's your connection to spirit, because we had that third eye chakra, so I wonder if you had felt cut off from spirit and this is like a reopening to all of your senses and to the depth that you can experience life through. And so there's a sense of love that you get to experience, possibly significantly romance, but that doesn't have to be applied in like a partnership way if you don't feel that to be true for you. But there's a feeling of bringing spirit back to or further into love, whether that be romantic with a partner or romantic with the way you approach life. Yeah, it's like joy and spirituality going hand in hand. I think that's a simple way of putting it. Or love and spirituality, or love and depth. This is a deep and also deep and expansive love, like a love that is both, I'm wanting to say meaningful, soul connected, and also I'm gonna have to say humorous, just because of Roger coming out and all of this lightheartedness. Yeah, just this is deep and lighted. This is deep and light. Oh, the back of the deck, I just looked down, heart chakra. Yeah, I think I done said it. I want to get one body card to put here. I feel like I took like too many words to phrase those things. Is that how you're feeling in some sense? Like it took you feel like it might have taken you too long to get to the state that you're in now? But there's a feeling of that's being brought through of like, does that actually matter, or do you really care? Because there's such a feeling of presence that flows through all of this. We have freckles. That so fits. Why does that fit? It feels like Jackal. I don't know how. It also feels like the sun, like, oh, but it also feels so spiritual too. So freckles appear when it's the skin trying to protect the like sensitive DNA. So there's a sense of protection that comes through, especially with that porcupine and the hedgehog popping out. There's a feeling of like not being able to lose something, but that going hand in hand with being able to experience more like sunlight, more joy. It's like that sensitive inside is acknowledged, and so is the like intensity, the fire. Yeah, there's a love of life here. And that love of life not needing to like happen on a sacrificial condition or in a sacrificial lens. I'm wanting to say having it all. Okay, I feel like I've been so noting my squeaky chair in your reading too. So I wonder how that's significant. Okay, that's it for your reading, pile number 3. I'll see you in another if I do, or I'll see you maybe like rushing around in your walk on water ball of love. If not, bye bye. Oh, I still do feel a lot of like crying energy here. But it's like inclusive of all that end part of like the lightness. You've been dunked back under into the mud. Let me see if maybe I can... Ah! Like if I bounce on it more, will it go away? It kind of sounds squelchy, like my chair is wet. I'll put your crystal away. There could be a sense of like following magic too. I know that's basically what I've been saying, but I feel like I didn't say it that way and it felt different because I had a song in my head, but it's kind of just because I was listening to it on repeat earlier. Called Fawd a Fil. It's a Welsh song. I don't usually listen to Welsh songs, but I love the band Fleur de Lis. I think that's how you pronounce it, Fleur de Lis. Ah, such a good song. And Fydd is like faith, or it's like magic and faith. Although heed is more like magic. Fawd. I don't really know what the word fawd means. Okay. Number 4, what have you got for me? For me! Welcome in, pile 3. I wonder if you feel like you're needing to wait until you have something to begin or to continue. I'm really curious about this past card for you, and I'm wanting to hold the crystal for myself. There could be a sense of like delegation, or really being aware of where your energy flows and goes, ebbs and knows and toes and rows. Like your toes are the ones doing the rowing down the stream instead of like your arms, which is that feeling of like delegation, like delegating each toe to a different row, a different particle of snow. Okay, let's get some more cards. Woo! We have Chimkin. That was pile 4 that it almost popped out. I was thinking which pile that popped out for in the piles selection. Okay, there is an energy that feels uncomfortable here. I'm wanting to say, like, are you aware of this? I do wonder with that if you often don't give your emotions much precedence, or maybe you're very logical. Why is the word delegation coming out so much in my brain right now? It's like I want to keep saying it. Delegation, delegation, delegate. Ooh, ooh, these are cards from the previous pile. Not all of them, though. I guess they can go up there. No, they can't. They can't at all. Okay, let me jump up. Jump, jump, jump. To put these in straight. Let's get this straight. I feel like there's something about you taking charge here, because I keep wanting to be self-oriented. Something like that. Okay, good enough. I think that could be really significant for you too. Okay, good enough. You might be really, what do you call that? Virgo. Not analytical, maybe that, but perfectionistic. I think you have high standards for yourself and for others. I'm kind of feeling like this could have to do with something you've already created in the past. Or it's something where you're at the level that you had previously wanted to be at, but you're not really fully recognizing it. We have numbers 3, 33, 8, 71, which goes to another 8. So a lot about creation, self-expression, and a feeling of strong leadership here. I think maybe some of you are like worried about trying to protect a creation or protect a part of yourself or others, protect maybe your young or something you've built, something that you care for. I think you have like a tight grip over. I think you're being I laugh because I feel like you won't want this. I think you will though. I think you're being invited to loosen your grip and open to a less strict way of moving about this thing that you're caring for. I think you're trying to like control it somehow, or maybe hyper-analyze it. 147, which is a card that always reminds me of the praying mantis. There's so much of a feeling of repetition here. We have 3, 3, 3, and then 8, 8, and then if we add 4, then 4, and then 8. There's a strong sense of like a powerful creation or creativity that is powerful. Actually, maybe this is just more to do with your mind, a powerful intellect. I think the ability to manipulate is very strong here. Powerful manipulation skills. Because I feel like you're able to really take apart what you're seeing, and that's that feeling of delegation, because you can, well, kind of, it goes hand in hand. You can put together the pieces in the way that you want once you've taken it apart. It's like some people would only be able to take a picture apart in to make 4 pieces and see how those 4 pieces went together to create one puzzle piece. Or one puzzle from 4 puzzle pieces. But I think you'd be able to take it to like 100 or maybe just like 8, or I don't know, more than maybe the average is coming through, like a comparison. And that enables you to move more strategically. Are these even in view? Yeah, they are. Kind of want to move the camera down there. But I think it's caused you some stress, or it's like you're not actually getting what you wanted out of this anymore, or like there's some sense of a shake-up. Maybe you like began a puzzle and you wanted to make it like 100 pieces, and so you're at like 70, say, but you're realizing that you don't really want it to be 100 pieces anymore, or you don't want to be doing that puzzle, and you have like an attachment to continuing it because you already started it. Maybe some of you don't want to look weak, and you view starting over or changing your mind or not finishing something as weak. There's a feeling that you want to fly. You don't want to stay stuck. I think there might be a sense of like being called elsewhere, like taking a new approach. It's a looser approach. It's fewer puzzle pieces. Maybe some of you also, it's not just like you feel called elsewhere, but maybe it's like that puzzle piece, you can't, like you're finding it difficult, or maybe for a while you found it difficult to do the puzzle piece with 100 pieces. Maybe it's that message of delegation is for you to either get help in finding the other 30 pieces, or like delegating 15 of them to other people, or deciding that it doesn't need to be that complicated and you can just change it to like 50 puzzle pieces, or 4. There might be a bit of an ego you have surrounding, and that being like a sense of safety that you feel surrounding being someone who can do things to like a high caliber, or like quote unquote better than others. So there's a question of if you're clinging to something based off how you've done things in the past, or based off your own past of being taught that there is a better and worse, and perhaps questioning if that's really how you feel, and if that's really what your own satisfaction comes from, or if it was more taught to you that was what worth was. Yeah, there's a questioning of what is really fulfilling for you. How do you want to move forwards? Because I don't really want to say like heart over head with you, even though that could apply. I'm wanting to more say like with your head, what do you really want to be using it for? Like if you know you have particularly like useful skills, what is the best place that you can apply them to? Or how do you really want to be using your own skills, or your own time, or your own fill in the blank? I think there will be something specific for you. This could have to do with family for you, or simply like being like the head, being the leader. That's what I'm getting more from that Orca card. You might have like a lot that you like to do, but maybe you're feeling like you can't do it all. Suddenly I had like wait, what is going on? Because I thought that I was on pile 4, but then I looked up and I had another pile, or I was just confused at what pile you were, because I usually would do 4 piles, and well, kind of. the last video was 18, so I'll say usually I'll do 4 piles or 3, but this time there's 5. So there's that feeling in your reading of like like you using more piles than is needed or than you're used to. Or just like a reshaping of how many piles you use. I think that's better. Yeah, there's a reshaping going on. Or being asked or being suggested to go on. You may also be in a position of leadership and questioning if you really want to be there anymore, if you want to be leading, or if you want to step down and take fewer responsibilities. I think maybe because you acknowledge your skill set, you feel a duty of sorts outside of yourself. But what I'm really drawn to here is your own, like, I think you have a strong gut. Maybe you would resonate with Enneagram number 8. I feel like intuitively you know what you feel drawn to use your skills for. It just might not be like as respected by others, or it might have like a new ring to it. That's what I want to say. A new ring to it. It might have to do with more family oriented, or it might just feel let's get a card for that to put here, or couple cards. Where are you feeling called towards, or what are you feeling called towards? I just think it's more personal. It might also take a longer time to reap the rewards of. I just saw the example of someone who's like in a high position but wants to leave this field of work to write a book, and that book wouldn't get them like instant recognition is what's coming through. So I feel like you enjoy being in a leadership position, and you want others to be able to lean on you, but you recognize that with like where you're being guided towards, that might not come instantly in some way. Some of you, it's like it doesn't come instantly because it takes a while for people to respect what you've decided. But then once they do, it's like they feel like an even deeper sense of resonance with you, or it's a feeling of like, it's really grounded. I'm not sure how to describe it. It feels like a solid heart. Like other people feel like they can really look up to you. I'm wanting to say like more as an individual. Like I think you might be glorified, so it's like you're seen maybe more as your position, and in you deciding something that's more personal to you, it's like you get seen more as a person, like as an individual. And then people look at your previous work and they're like, oh wow, that wasn't like a robot doing that. That was all someone. Like that was like someone doing that. I feel like it's inspiring. It's just maybe inspiring in a new way what you're feeling called into. It could be less intense than that. It could be simply like the sort of respect that comes from this will be maybe the respect that someone of power can choose their heart, or they can choose like a holiday, or choose to say no. There's a feeling of like you setting an example. It's like, as opposed to doing lots of things that give to others very directly, this, whatever you're feeling called towards, feels like it gives more indirectly. It's more of an inspiration that you become. Yeah, I think it has to do with boundaries, or respecting yourself, respecting your own desires. I feel like people feel a sense of like, oh, I can do that too, from you following this thing you feel drawn towards. We have tears. I do kind of want to note that they were in reverse, but yeah, it's giving me the example of like men can cry too. I don't know why that's coming through, but I guess that's significant for some people. Or maybe it expresses the energy in a way you can understand more. The back of the deck is perspective. Yeah, I feel like this is mind opening. I'm kind of wanting to say to others and to you. I was feeling more to others, but I feel like it's to you too, but maybe you just have a strong focus on how you're perceived. So it's like you're motivated by what you can do for others, or you're motivated by like a sense of like, which shoes am I wearing now? What role do I want to play? Tears. There's an admiration for your maybe sensitivity, but I don't want to word it like that. It's more it could be simply like okay, it's like a potent feeling, because I'm not thinking so much about crying, but I think that could be very significant for some of you. But as an energy here, it feels more like a tear is so precious, or there's like a feeling of magic imbued in it. I'll use my sacred geometry deck, but I feel like maybe I'll use it but then take the cards out again. Maybe that's significant for you, using something and then taking it out again. Like a temporary something. This could just literally be saying, hey, go have a holiday. And people will respect that. It's like, it's maybe not an instant like yippee, but it shows people the value. It's like, where is this action that you're wanting to take coming from? And see how that allows others to act from that place too. It's like, what are you valuing? I think you're being asked to respect yourself more. And let that be a guiding light for others. I feel like I'm coaxing you into to doing something that you love, or something that you want or need, by saying, hey, look at how this will affect others. So maybe just looking at how it affects you and valuing yourself and seeing yourself as important and not needing it to be more than for you. Maybe that's important for you. Or maybe we can continue with the coaxing strategy. You have a very grounding energy. And I think you know that. So, allowance. The frequency of allowance invites us to be open to whatever comes our way, without judgment, without opinion, without fear, and without resistance. When we allow, the universe becomes our partner in the wondrous dance of existence and expansion. I feel like you like to do, and this is asking you to loosen your grip. Take a day off. Or just take more of a back seat. Or a side seat if you don't want to take a back seat. I think you're being asked to slow down and become more present. I'm also thinking of a character called Tyr. And it's like a... Okay, to simplify it, it's an evil character. So I think that maybe there's a fear of being seen as wrong, perhaps for following delight. Maybe you don't value joy. Maybe that's something that you're wanting to incorporate as a value of yours. I feel like there is a sense of, like, with the past popping up, of feeling like you've been taught that something is a weakness. Like loosening your grip is a weakness, or crying is a weakness, or being happy, or following joy, or having holidays, not working is a weakness. And I think you're reshaping your idea of that. Or that is just simply a perspective that's being brought through here. Okay, mom, sir, whoever you may be, I'm gonna end your reading there. Much love to you, and something. Good day. Is "see you in hell" like a specific phrase for you? I just heard that. But I think maybe from like a specific show or film. But maybe I've only seen like references of it, like heard other people saying that. I may not have actually seen it myself. And that's just giving me an example of like, you know that other people take holidays. You've referenced the idea before, or like you've dibble-dabbled in it. Maybe you've taken extended holidays, but you've never like taken, like you've never not had a job, or never not, I don't know, something more like a bigness of this. Yeah, it's like either others have done this or you've only done it to a small degree, and now you're like, ooh, what's the origin, or what would it actually feel like to experience the real deal? But then I just started thinking along saying that actually I think it's more about saying, where does this come from? Like I've been acting in this way, but actually is that what I want to be doing? Or like the acting based off the copied versions as opposed to the original, which just makes me think of the past, the ancestry, the parents who taught you a specific mindset. Yeah, I just heard a phrase in my head, a song, something along the lines of, they're good at passing their opinions. They're good at expressing their opinions, but it's in more of like a condescending way of like, there's a phrase coming through of like, who are they to tell you what you should do or what's right for you when they're not you, or they don't know you. I just thought in my head like, yeah, instead you should listen to me, I am the one telling you. That's why I was saying earlier, this is just a perspective. I'm not pushing anything. Okay, I'm gonna put your wonderful heart away. Away with your heart. Is that what your parents said? Away with the heart. That's not valuable. You give the vibe of like I don't know what to say, like a 70-year-old going through like their teenage phase, like like you're rebelling now, or maybe like 50-year-old, I don't know, maybe you're like 16 and you also are going through your self-awareness phase. Self-evaluation. I feel like that so fits. Self-evaluation. Okay, on to pile 5. We're only on 1 hour 15. I felt like at this point it should be longer. Maybe you feel like that? And this is, why is this, I don't like this. I don't like this. It's a feeling of like seeping into pile 5. Like a guillotine. But like instead of the head, but of your heart. Ow. Brum brum. Okay, pile 5. I feel like I can't start because I don't feel the difference in energy yet. Have just loads of pile 4s also picked pile 5. I won't believe it. I'll believe it when I see it. Well, it is more playful already. I can't really remember pile 4 anymore. I know it had mostly seriousness to it, but I don't remember if it was also kind of playful. I feel like maybe I was just making fun of them. That's like my impression of that reading right now. I don't think that was at all true though. That wasn't true. I wasn't I wasn't making fun of no one. I feel like I'm back into pile 3, so maybe it's actually like pile 3s are picking pile 5. That's why I'm like, huh? Where's the energy? Where's the newness? I haven't started pile 5 yet. This isn't pile 5. Bongle Bingleby. Oh, I just heard like hobbly hibbly from Mario Party like 8. Ah, I haven't played Mario Party for too long. Right. Is that how you do the dice? You like shake the Wii remote? I'm imagining like the beach one. Also, I love the Monopoly one. But I'm imagining the beach one right now. Also, then the train one is coming to mind. Tardino. Banana. I'm way too... Okay, welcome in pile 5. I feel like you have an out of it or like a bit of everything energy. I don't know if I've been in your energy for a little bit, and I think that is relevant. We've got no, not Chiff Chaff. Eye roll, Willow Wobbler. I'm gonna say it's the Chiff Chaff though, since I said that first, which feels like what I was just experiencing, like an essence of, is this you? Like, am I experiencing you, or is this like the other piles? I think you are playful. Oh, Raven, the Raven hop. Oh, both of these are very hopping. Grasshopper, which would definitely be hopping. Hopeful. Hopeful? Are you feeling quite hopeful? Oh, this is like the sad bird. Well, we need a bit of hope when there's sadness. Well, we don't need it. Oh my goodness, 2 sad birds. Bitten. Are you feeling a bit bitter? Am I in like a playful energy actually, not because you are, but because I'm like the annoying person who's like trying to get the one sitting in the corner to dance. I'm like, come on, come on. that was me in discos or in school dances. I didn't go to a school dance, but yeah, the few discos in childhood that I went to, I was that one in the corner calling the ones trying to get me to dance annoying. Not annoying, scary. Starling, yeah, there's such an energy of hope here. I think maybe you're not experiencing what energy I've been put in for your pile. Let's have a bit of a fun reading, shall we? Let's get more animals. Wait, there's already 2. Ah, what? More, give me more. Even the Chiff Chaff looks so serious. Are you really serious? Oh, this would totally fit for pile 4s coming in. Hello, pile 4s. My energy just went to like a, oh no. Like, I don't know, like when you're playing, when you're in like a number 3 energy, not necessarily Enneagram, I don't know. I feel like Enneagram 3 also, I forgot about them. They could have been pile 4s too. I feel like just, I don't know, playful, well, 7s. When you're in an Enneagram number 7 mood, but there are 8s around, it's like, oh, I don't know if I can be doing this right now. Oh, I love 8s though. They're so actual sweeties and lovables. Whoop! We got Beetle. The Beetles. Praying Mantid. I'm hearing something along the lines of like rough and tumble. This just made me think of tumble drying. Tumble drying. Yeah. Why is this coming up again? Wait, no. It was pile threes who were being dunked in the mud. Now you're getting tumble dried. Okay, slug is popping out. Okay. I will get messages, but maybe there aren't messages for you. Maybe this is just like an energy of, I think it's just a simple energy of hope and like jiggling about and getting you maybe out of a bit of a funk, or getting you to believe in like lightheartedness or in life. It's like that energy I said at the start, the hop, jumping out. I think you're jumping into a new mindset or a new energy. I think this is just supposed to be something to spark your interest or spark your heart, spark your brain, spark your... I think it's more like spark your body, spark your aura, your energy. Just like, woof, let's just wash out the yuckies. Get out in the sun, have a little play. Have a little... Whoa! I hope that showed. A little roll around. Okay, we have Zip. Apparently it has a name now, that card. Okay. Pterodactyls could be significant. Let's move. I don't want them to be together. Is that significant for you? Are you a bit sad because you don't want something to be together? Ah. Is that where the bitterness is coming from? From that bittern? I don't know. I'm not actually feeling... Actually, yeah, maybe I am feeling a bit of bitterness. I don't know. I feel like you're either all in quite a different feeling from one another, or something else. See, I feel like there's no need for seriousness here. You may have also been like focused on one thing for a while, and it's just like an energy coming through for you of like shifting the stagnancy. Maybe getting you up and about a bit more. This is like a hopeful card too. It's magical. Blossoming. The second one feels like blossoming. The first one is more like, I blossomed. Never. Yeah, it feels more like going into the blossom itself. Like the everlasting blossom. I think you're a really creative one. I think you might get a lot of like reimagination. The will to live. Like you might feel more happy. You might be happy if you do something creative. I feel drawn to saying, what is something that you only do when you're in a good mood? And maybe trying to do that when you're in a bad mood. Quote unquote, good, bad. We have beech tree, maybe writing. We have past. And hazel tree. Yeah, there's something about magic here. Maybe protective magic? Interesting. Interesting past. Have you got an interesting past? Is that what this is about? It's interesting to me because it's coming up in more of like the futuristic energy. Yeah, I'm confused. I feel like now the reading wants to take a cooler turn. Ooh, my belly done did a big rumble. I heard more of like a grumble then. Yeah, I feel like you're grumpy. I feel like the ones who... you know when you're in a mood and you don't want someone to poke you or try and make you happier? The ones the ones who were experiencing that energy probably definitely left earlier when I was in that very light-hearted energy. So those of you who've passed through that barrier, now I feel like we're getting more into like the mid-ground. I feel like I had to bring you up a bit. So it's like we're not speaking from the hopelessness, but we're speaking now from like a middle ground. I'm wanting to say something along the lines of, I hope that makes sense. I'm not sure why. Could that also be significant for you? Like, I'm not sure why, or trying to make sense of something? I'm not really sure. We've got Spirit of the Pair at the back of the deck, but it's not being brought out, which makes me think of like not focusing on others particularly, and that goes with that energy I was saying of like creativity. I guess to me, usually I think of creativity from the self. There's something about like going deeply into like a magical feeling, like a what is this? Because it's not purely creative, and it's not purely magical either. That's what I want to describe it as. You have a very unique energy. I'd be willing to bet some of you, I won't see you ever again. Like, you're a one-time in the in the channel kind of dude, like passing by. It feels like there's something special about you, or the energy you're currently in, or your experience. Like, what you're experiencing feels very cool. Yeah, I feel like no cards want to come out, but that's when the card came out. Alchemy. Yeah, what is this? I feel like it's just an energy of like intentionally moving yourself out of the sadness, or out of the stuck, or out of the past. Your own memory might be haunting you. Your own, like, beach is like what's been written already is making, that's what it's making me think of. Maybe that creative energy would be helpful if you're like using it to direct yourself. I feel like there's somewhat of an intention that is being brought through in the reading as an invitation to direct your energy, to like intentionally process, intentionally like make room for yourself, make room for more lightness to come in. It's like not really attaching to lightness itself if that's too difficult, but like create, like moving stuff around in your room to like just create it so it can flow in itself. I know this won't be for everyone, but I just feel like suggesting also like opening the window, or having a shower, or simple going for a walk. Sometimes it's like those are the things you really don't want to do when you're in a grumpy mood. I don't like narrowing it down to that either, but some of you that didn't fit, or that didn't, I don't know, the phrase grumpy mood didn't fit everyone. There's something of like intentionally cleansing yourself, but not cleansing. It's more like a step forwards feeling. I just want to also acknowledge that I think maybe like the first step will be difficult, or it does require a bit of like an energy shift. It's like you might be comfortable in the mud. You might be comfortable staying in the past energy, or staying like sad about the past, or it's a feeling of like you're not fully living from yourself. Some of you have really complicated situations, and it's like you're interpreting what I say and it does make sense for you, but only slightly, and I really wish I knew what those examples were. I feel like that's relevant here too for all of you. Somewhat of like a wishing you could be more than you are, like wishing you could be different, or wishing circumstances were different. But I think that's not really coming from you actually wish for that. I think it's more so coming from you're just trying to stay in like a pessimistic feeling, because that's what feels safe. That's what feels like it's predictable. It's like a feeling of purposefully keeping your wound open so that you remember not to like step into environments where you could get a new wound. But if you really think about it in that way, in more of a logical way, you're having a wound either way, and one way you get the possibility of not having it, but also of just experiencing something before not having it. I mean, before having it. But I said before not having it, so I think that you're just being invited to move yourself out, to hoover. Hoover dust and open the window. Damn, I want to get the cool, like, it feels like I could say cooler things, but maybe that's just what you're experiencing. Like, you feel like there could be something cooler about or from this, or you wish you could be, or you wish for something that is cooler. But actually, like, maybe you're really wanting like something more inspiring, but actually I think maybe what you're feeling called towards is something quite simple, or something you may perceive to be like repetitive, or things you've done before. But I think that's still like what would actually create a change that you're looking for. Create a newness, a freshness that then leads to the cool stuff. I think at the moment there's something more mundane, or I don't want to say it's mundane. I think it's just something that you may have done before, but you knew that it got you out of it, or out of, yeah, I'll say that, out of it. I'm wanting to maybe hone in on where the hesitancy is coming from. Some of you are in more of that lightness, I feel it, but others of you still feel attached. I feel like I've said it. I feel like that's it. Okay, yeah, I just want to bring in the awareness that this is a choice, that you can choose to feel better. You can choose to change what you're doing, or change how you're doing. Change where your focus is, or how you view something. Okay, some of you that didn't fully click and that just hurt. The how you're viewing something. It's not like a needing to push for a different perspective than one you have. Like if something is painful to see, or something about your past maybe, or about your experience is painful, then it's not trying to change that pain. It's like, let's have love for that. That's a part of you that's very much okay to experience, but there's also an invitation to like open to the steps to what you know will make you feel better, what you know will bring more freshness to your life. I'm wanting to say also, like, maybe with this pain, like, it's not something that you have to let go of, but bringing the pain with you into a more loving space. Not trying to cut off from it, but also inviting the energy of hopefulness and the exploration of what could inspire you, or what could bring more comfort to you, or more of a sense of belonging to you. or just like movement forwards, progress. I feel like I'm gonna put these all away and then get more cards. There's something that I don't like of the phrasing I've been using. I don't know, I don't like words in this pile. I liked them at the start. Actually, did I? I don't know. It's just making me think that you don't like something of like circumstances, or you don't like the way things maybe yourself are phrasing, or I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that's also what you're feeling like. I don't know. I don't know. Let's get some character cards. Okay, we have she. This is a tree being. She's very different, that's what I'm wanting to say. Some people are off-put by her, I'm gonna say, appearance. And some people, like me, are like, ah, the best. There could be something about your darkness. She. She's a tree being, so also going out in nature could really help. Also, Zedror is a snake. There aren't many like nature beings in this, but you've got two of them. Yeah, she is a tree being who carves like her own like body, or at least like her fingers or something, and it's like, ah, you're carving your own body. I feel like I had more to say about that, but I don't. Okay, that's fine. Mysa. Yeah, Mysa is really creative, but it does give me what your kind of creative could be, because it doesn't feel like... It feels like it has masculinity to it. That's what I'm wanting to say. Like it has like grit, or there's something about you that has like a formation, like a grit or darkness. It's like incorporating that into what would make you feel better, like for example creating, but not needing to create something that doesn't still align with you. Like for example, like the energy you're in, simply expressing that, even if it's like even going deeper into it, might just feel good. It's like the lack of resistance. Maybe you've been resisting what you're in, so there's like a bit of tug of war going on, and that's what's discomfort. That's what's discomfort. That's what's uncomfortable for you. This is Zedror also making me think of snake transforming. But more than that, it's bringing me to like Zedror is a snake, but I don't know, his personality is really clingy and unexpected is what I want to say. I'm also remembering his like favorite is one that like is afraid of snakes, or like for a while I think is always trying to get him off. But the reason why we love Zedror is because of that. It's like there's a strong feeling of not disconnecting from your desires, or not disconnecting from your loves or your passions, or just yourself, or your authentic being. Not disconnecting, but embracing, even if that seems like contradictory, or even if that seems like unappealing. There's a feeling of that, because the true feeling is of like that is the appeal. It's like, I think it's Mikizaki, a character who Zedror clings to, and maybe should Zedror not have clung to him all that time, Mikizaki wouldn't have fallen like to fallen in love with Zedro, Miyazaki wouldn't have formed a bond with him. So it's just giving a sense of like that which you are, that which is your emotions, or is your way of doing things, or that which you're wanting to attach to. It's like that is like a part of you, or that is something special about you. I love Zedro. I feel like I love him more than I often would seeing this card. It's like I'm remembering who he is. I think there's a remembrance of your true nature that's coming through. Yeah, I way prefer this energy than before, which was like an energy of it's not making sense now. And I think you were in that, like, you're not able to feel in flow with yourself because you were trying to detach from yourself, perhaps. Or yeah, there was a sense of like you feeling like you couldn't swing to either direction, and this allows you to feel like you can, like, go full throttle into something, really embracing the true you, what your feelings really are. I'm not getting anything about Maisa other than like her creativity. Like, she designs clothes and creates clothes. There is also a sense of like Maisa could definitely be perceived as annoying to some. I don't know why, it's just she gives off a bit of that energy. And at the back, I mean, the last one is Sit. I feel like you might have an outcast energy. And Quilby at the back. Quilby loves clouds. She also lives on an island on her own, which reiterates to me a sense that you might feel outcast, or you might feel very different. And maybe you're resisting that which makes you different. And this is a reflection that can be embraced if you want that to be true. And you embracing that is an invitation for others to do so too. I meant embrace you. Because pile 4's thing was like them embracing themselves in one sense allows others to embrace like the others, that themselves. But for you it's more like no, you allowing yourself to be true allows other people to be accepting of that truth in you, in case that is relevant. Okay, I think you just might feel like a bit out of sorts, like you feel off your game in some sense. I think there's insecurity about your sense of worth or value. Because I do feel a strong sense of like you not being for everyone. Yeah, all of these characters feel like they're kind of loners that have like a few really close people to them who adore them. I want to say particularly with you, who feel very seen by them. I think you might be one who really makes those close to you feel... I'm looking outdoors now, like the world. You might pour a lot into those that you're with, or like those that you're with, they really impact you. And I think that's something that either those close to you now or those that you will become close to in the future, they really value that part of you because it makes them feel so valued too. Yeah, there's like a feeling of maybe like awkwardness I love it. I want to draw for you, I think. I'm gonna put these away. Ah! Ah! Jump. What was that about? Was that what it was about? Not about the drawing? I want to draw with red, I think. Even though I feel like that doesn't really fit you. Maybe it fits you. What's the camera looking like? Let's zoom in a bit. There's something about like the landscape that you paint. Oh, this is a really cool energy you have. I don't know if I'm going to be able to put words to this. I feel like being with you makes people see the world in a different way, and it's a way that they love. I think, like, I want to acknowledge that I don't think that everyone will, but I think that the people who really matter to you, they so value that. It's like your perspective, the way you see it. The phrase it's what makes life worth living came to mind. Wow, there is a feeling of like, wow, I love this. But I may be feeling like maybe you don't feel that because it might be really subtle, or maybe you don't understand why your perspective is so valuable to some. And I'm wanting to say because it's you. I'm being drawn to two people in particular from my life, and it's such a unique energy. It's just them. The way they walk. You might like to travel. You might have lots of Sagittarius in your chart. Maybe you're a Sag moon. Both of these people that came to mind are Sag moons. Something about an anchor. Maybe some of you like create on the go too, and maybe you haven't realized how much of the energy of like travel or the essence of where you're at gets like imbued into your creations. Or maybe like that's a really significant part of what inspires you. Like maybe you love the planet, or maybe you love to explore, and that energy that fills you up is then what makes you feel so inspired to also like outlet that energy, or another another sort of energy, maybe teaching, taught, or tightness that could be relevant. That sounded like I said that could be irrelevant. Meow. I'm being drawn back to trains. Did I say that with your pile? Mario Party? Was that maybe in the in-between part? Between the, I think it was probably in between. Maybe it was at the start of your pile. I don't remember. Mario Party, the train one on 8. And now I'm thinking of Paper Mario. Ooh. The stars could be significant for you. That feels like the energy of hope too. Or space. Something about like the reflection of that in a pool on the planet. Maybe something about the reflection of like the creation. Maybe something to do. Nah, I'm not getting to say more about that. Okay. It's like a feeling of looking up to look down, or looking up makes you want to look down. Maybe you had not been liking looking down, and looking up then reminds you of why you love down. It could be also opposite, but I'm not seeing that way. You can hear my belly rumbling. I'm gonna make a smoothie bowl. Okay. I want another card for you, actually. A car. Do you want another car? Travel. That's more like a bike. Or like horses. Or I guess more like human feet, because horses have 4 legs. Or so I'm told. Well, imagine if someone's never seen a horse. I wonder how many people have never seen a horse. Or sheep. That would be crazy. Or a lion. Wait, I was saying that because I was thinking that I hadn't seen a lion. But I have. That's insane to me. Oh. Actually, for a moment then I was just imagining something that I'd seen like on a video of someone else seeing a lion, and I was like thinking that was me. How is that relevant here? I don't want to interpret it, but that's a message for you if you want to. Hawthorn. Okay, this is making me think of connecting with fairies, but not like, again, with like that deliberately connecting to the light. It's more making that space for the light, because hawthorn trees are very much connected to fairies. It said that fairies like using hawthorn trees like as a home, let's say, or hawthorn trees are like the bridge to the fairy realm. And so it's like connecting with the tree, not to the fairies themselves, like not trying to get at what you want, but getting at the space of what you want. I don't really like the way I phrased that last part, but I feel like some of you did, so I guess I'm okay with it. And Arcturians. Oh, that feels very prevalent here. Oh, that past card could also be what your favourite in the past was, because I'm thinking beech trees too. Beech trees are my favourite trees. And Arcturians made me think of the past, of like a strong connection from the past. Hawthorn. I'm just realising now, I don't think I have an Atlantis card in here. Let's have a look. I know I have a golden Atlantean owl in my weird deck. I feel like I was in the middle of saying something for that. I think I had finished. Yeah, something along the lines of brain can't. Yeah, I feel like maybe you're in a mood of like of brain can't with something in particular, but it's like, okay, if you can't that, then go to the area. I've already said that. I don't necessarily feel frustrated in your energy. but I feel like maybe you feel like you've taken many setbacks, or is that energy of before, like you feel off your game? Maybe you need to play a game. The funny thing is, I already know with 99% certainty that there is no Atlantis card in here. Why isn't there? And I'm even being drawn to a notebook that I once had, like a page where I had written like the example of several types of these cards, which a lot of them are in here now, that I wanted to draw, and I had like crossed them off once I had done them. Not with most of these, but with a few. So there's something like about planning, but it's like I'm sure I had written Atlantis on that list, but then I scrapped the list before completing the Atlantis. Can you see how that relates to you? It feels like it fits, but I can't quite put it together. Is that also applicable? Yeah, the message is that it's okay if something doesn't fully click, because you get the gist of it. That's what you're being invited into right now. Just the space of it. Also, like, maybe not pushing. I just want to say, like, maybe not details, but doing what does feel good surrounding this, if there is a this. Or taking more of an abstract approach to the creation, or to yourself, or to whatever this is on about. The phrase, what is it? Seeing the forest for the trees, but maybe the opposite of that, like instead of seeing the trees, seeing the forest. Yeah, there's a feeling of like doing what makes your heart feel good, not what you think your heart would like. Okay, that's where I'm going to leave your reading. I hope that helped. It feels a bit, like I haven't fully closed off something, and I just feel like that's what you're feeling. But this card that I just split the deck to is, oh, I forgot I'm still zoomed in. This card is like a final card, or like a celebration card. Some of you need to know it's okay to be happy, or you can choose to be happy if you want to be. I know it's not always like as simple as hearing that phrase, but sometimes it can be. Or maybe always it can be, but maybe we don't always acknowledge that. Or maybe it's hard to acknowledge that. Or maybe I'm overcomplicating this and I don't want to be. Okay. Why do I not want to end your reading? Let's get a bird card. Verb. Pika pika. Oh, we have puffin. Partnership. Collaboration. Okay, some of you, inspiration for... I keep going to stories. Maybe that's just because that's my favourite thing of creation. But I can sense someone's energy that I know or used to know, in this pile, and I keep thinking of their creation. Oh yeah, and that made me think, this could have, like, what could be inspiring is to look at the dynamic between characters. But maybe that could be relevant for you in real life too. or quote, or in the different form of life, looking at how things relate to one another. So puffin, tree creeper, and willow warbler again. Tree creeper. I don't think I've ever had this card come out. What's he eating? It looks like a spider. Okay, I guess I'll get an animal card too. Eyes on the prize with Kestrel. I wanted to call him Fletcher then, and Golden Eagle behind. There's a lot of power here. But it's like power with like a gentleness to it. Why did I say favorite when I said aventurine? Actually, I think I just said past, but I think I was thinking of favorite. But actually, it would have been Pleiades. Oh, there's something of like an annoying energy here. Or like judgment. I don't know. I just feel like that I want to say like, I don't know. I continually want to say that in your reading. I feel like that's your energy. We have mouse. I heard blind. Praying mantis. Oh, blind sounds like mind. A blind mind. Mouse aren't blind. Are mice bound? Bound? Oh, bound? Maybe you feel in a bind and like you're blind. Like you can't see, you're behind. And so you're trying to look in front of you to see what you can find. Can't think of any other words that rhyme with that. There's something about your mind. I'm wanting to say something along the lines of like using like a part of yourself that I feel like you've demonized in some sense to your advantage. I think there's a part of you that you don't think others will like that they really will. Or really do. Is it to do with your sensitivity? Honey badger. I feel like it could have to do with your ideals. Maybe there's a sense of like possessiveness or overachieving. I can't get off the name Tree Creeper. I feel like a part of you is creepy or it's just unwanted. And I want to get a card for that. Like, do we want to look at where that's come from? Or just create detachment from that? Or more like drawing it in? And detachment at the back of the deck. And Dullahan Shiona is Dullahan's, like, their heads are detached from their bodies. Perspective and resonance were the same. Okay, there's just a simple answer to your conundrum, what this feels like, which is using your mind to understand that, like, simply there are those who like you and what you create. And it's like using logic to see that. I'm being drawn to the green aventurine, but I'm like wanting to connect that to your head. I can't get at like the right phrase for you. I feel like you might be really stuck on this. You might really not want to see that. Why don't you want to see the truth? That's what I want to know. Because I feel like the energy is very much available here for you to trust or to believe. I think it's believing in yourself, believing in your value, in your own self being something that is wanted. I kind of want to say, like, on your planet, like, you are wanted, or you have a right to exist. Or there are those who really, really want you, the fullest of you, to exist. And it's simply a perspective of like what people like and don't like. It doesn't determine your lovability, what certain people think or feel. It's just simply their perspective. It doesn't have to be yours, and it doesn't have to be other people's too, like those that matter to you. Resonance, this card is making me think of how those who feel like I think you've experienced this in childhood, by the way, that's why I'm saying this. Those who feel as though they can't be happy, feel as though they want to drag down those who are happy to being sad with them. But this also might be how you're feeling, because as existence, we want to be the same. We want to all resonate. And so if someone feels incapable of being happy and someone else is happy, they feel a disconnect. They want to be one and the same. They want to resonate. They want to feel loved, which is to say, like, seeing themselves in another, feeling the same. And so if they can't be happy, then they try and drag down the others to feeling sad. And I feel like you might be able to relate that to other emotions, like maybe being undesirable. Maybe your parents felt themselves, or a certain parent felt like they were undesirable, and so they made you also feel undesirable, because if you were to be fully desirable, then they wouldn't be able to feel close with you. So then your safety came from feeling that emotion that I feel like you've been a bit trapped in. So there's a recognition that wants to come through that you can be loved. There are those who love you without needing to keep you down. There are those who love the authentic, true you. Those that you'd feel safe being yourself around. Maybe those who share similar attributes too. Maybe that could be significant. I want to say for some of you that feels like it won't resonate with everyone. And there's something about me saying that because of that resonance card and what I was saying about perspective. Like, it won't resonate with everyone, but that's okay. Or it can be okay. To me, my personal perspective is that that's okay, but it doesn't have to be yours. 'Tis being presented to you here. See, I'm close to wanting to close out the reading now, but I feel like now that's like got you a bit more in your head, or it's like maybe things are clicking more, but and it's like feeling like progress. There's just a little bit of like a but, or like a what now. I think you're in processing feeling. This is processing. I'm going to use my yes/no deck. If you want to ask a question, go ahead, but I'm not sure that that's particularly why I'm feeling drawn to using this deck. Okay, we have both yes and neither. I kind of want to put them like that. Okay, maybe that both was about Dullahan Shiona, the Dullahan being connecting the heart with the head. Maybe that's significant, because I was reading it more like the disconnect being important, especially with the detachment card being at the back, like maybe detaching from other people's perspectives. But it's now making me think of, okay, that feels like the energy you're in now. It's like you were just in the head, and now the head like clicked, something in the head clicked, and now it's like clicking the head into the body. And maybe tarot, you might want to get a tarot reading. I just clicked a yes. I don't have a tarot deck anymore. I got rid of them all. Yeah, maybe Four of Swords, but I did cut, as I said that, I just saw the maybe. What was I saying? I can't remember. Yeah, I just keep seeing loads of tarot cards flip through my head, but not ones that I can fully ground or feel like saying. I just feel like there's something of like a very different energy which will grasp you into your feelings then, and help you to ground what this energy is more. It just feels like it's not grounding in a direct way, or maybe it's maybe you know how. It might just be different for all of you. I'm seeing like roots or different trees. Let's use more trees. Yeah, I don't know what to take from that yes and neither, even though they do feel like they fit. So I'll leave that for your own interpretation. Well, that neither feels like not needing to be the same. And the yes kind of feels like choosing your perspective. Because yeah, this is a yes. There's loads of different yeses in this deck. And this is the most like bold. It's like a more masculine yes, like it's fixed. So it feels like deciding on a perspective, like not being mutable with your own like self-acceptance or your own view of yourself, being more like firm with, I guess, loving yourself or loving a certain thing to do with you, or what this has all been about for you. We have flower realm. I gotta love a good flower realm. Okay, kind of this card, blue avian. Past and new guide, and then ash. Whoa. I just saw birds flying outside and I thought they were like a type of corvid, but they were doves or pigeons instead. It just felt so cool because I thought that they were like jet black, or like, you know, the kind of feathers that like ravens, I'm kind of wanting to say crows have. It's like kind of blue or kind of green. I don't know, something of like a sheen. It's like I saw that, but then the light changed and they became grey and wonderful and light. Okay, I keep feeling like I'm cutting to process feelings, then try again. Yes. Yeah, okay. That feels like the end. I don't know what to say about them. You can interpret them yourself if you want. It just feels like going from the past to, or using the past as your guide. I don't know how, because the past came out in the future earlier, but I didn't really know how to read that, or I wasn't getting examples of that. I don't know. It just feels like there is an invitation to the past somehow. Using the past as your guide. Perhaps seeing more of why you felt the way you felt or feel the way you feel to act as your guide forwards, but maybe it's something particular, going back to something in the past to propel you into your future. Okay, with that, I end your reading. I love you. Pile number 5. See ya.